to be a national moment of truth, because we're not just launching a paper or a report. We are opening a record of public memory. This is going to be a mirror we're holding up to ourselves, to our systems, and to our future. So before we officially begin, please, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request for you to rise for the Kenya National Anthem, led by James Kinyua. After that, you will remain standing for the East African Anthem. Thank you very much.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tujanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. We're going to do the East Africa one, the first stanza.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. You may take your seats. And thank you for that, James. Now, as you settle back in, I ask that we embrace today with the intention and clarity that it deserves. This morning, we will unveil a report that speaks plainly, unapologetically, and truthfully about the cost of misgovernance in our country and the human faces behind every statistic. Sometimes when we turn on the TV, we watch all of these, we hear all of these stories as the anchors are reporting them. You are so far removed sometimes. However, today we're going to meet as many people, because just like you and I, who are going through the realities of these misgovernance. Today, accountability stops sounding like theory and it starts sounding like the people who live its consequences. This room, just like myself, is filled with those who track, those who defend, those who speak, and refuse to let silence become policy. With that, allow me to introduce my co-host, who will guide us through the morning deliberations. So please, kama mnaweza ningeomba mumpigie makofi, tumkaribishe Dr. Abraham Rugo, Executive Director, Bajeti Hub.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Amina once again. And it's a joy for me to be able to moderate us this morning. And I'm going to request those who are seated on that very end, if you don't mind, just to come and take the seats just behind here, these front seats, so that then we don't have too much gaps, then the others can join on the other side. Let's appreciate them as they come. It's always not easy to change your sitting position. So this morning we are going to have, as Amina has said, a very candid conversation. We gather because of our country, a country that we love and we cherish so very much. And we gather because we believe there is something each of us can do. While most of the issues that we are dealing with are definitely systematic in nature, there is something that we can do as individuals, there is something that we can do as a collective, and we appreciate those, those who are in the room and those who are outside, outside this room, many who are watching, many who are following on different channels. We deeply, deeply appreciate. But before I invite the first person, I also want to appreciate that we have our sign language interpreters led by Sylvia, who I know for quite some time, doing a very good job to make sure that this message can actually reach out. So let's appreciate, she's right on that very end, together with her colleague. And with now, I want to invite somebody to speak on behalf of the Okoa Uchumi campaign that basically is behind this report. This is my colleague and friend Sheila Masinde, who is the Executive Director of Transparency International Kenya. Sheila needs no introduction, has been in the media space for quite some time, and then now moved to this other governance side of things. A great champion of governance, a great champion of anti-corruption, a great champion of that we can make a difference. Let's put our hands together as I invite Sheila Masinde to make her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rugo. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, taxpayers, as my friend Diana says. Good morning, walipa ushuru. Good morning, walipa deni. Tutalipa deni zote. Anyway, but all protocols observed, I want to recognize the Auditor General, my friend, and alumna. We came from the same high school in different years, yes, but do I say? Madam Nancy Githungu, a longtime friend, thank you very much for joining us today. Salim, IMF country representative, thank you very much as well. We also have a representative and friend from the World Bank and many other friends who have joined us here today. We are really grateful for making the time to be able to join us in this very momentous occasion for us as the Okoa Uchumi campaign, as we mark a very critical milestone in our journey. When we came together to form Okoa Uchumi, the Okoa Uchumi campaign in 2019, about this time in 2019, under the leadership of the Institute of Social Accountability. And we really thank TISA, the previous leadership, and also the current leadership through Diana, for keeping that fire burning, for keeping us together, for keeping us focused. We wanted to craft a citizen-inspired, a citizen-centered, a citizen-led initiative to advocate the prudent use of public resources, following the growing evidence that Kenya was locked in a debt trap, largely driven by private, economic, and political interests, corrupted debt acquisition and expenditure processes, and limited participation, public participation and access to information on how debt was borrowed or spent. We know that even as we continue to toil to put food on our table and try to manage everyday simple financial needs, there's an elite, politically connected group of Kenyans that are reaping from the twin crisis of debt and corruption that is really eating up this country to the core. We also know that we are paying for debts that were procured, handled, and disbursed in gross violation of our constitutional and statutory provisions, and therefore amounting to odious debt. We have cases where loans, of course, were not presented in national budgets, nor approved by Parliament, and have not been tied to any development projects, and are suspected, sadly, to have been deposited in offshore accounts without proper disclosure. Repeatedly, we have seen the executive's conduct in public finance management constitute a willful circumvention of accountability mechanisms. This is just among the cases. There are many more which, of course, will be spotlighted today, even as we look forward with hope and give recommendations into how then do we stop this really cyclic nature of stealing in this country. And of course, the People's Audit on Economic Misgovernance, which will be launched today, will give us the way forward. I know that we'll be talking a lot about many of the other players, parliaments, the independent institutions, judiciary, and many others which we expect to provide oversight. But I think I just want to point out that we have really witnessed the emasculation of our key independent offices and institutions, and executives bullying of these institutions, which I must add were established on our blood, sweat, and tears, because we fought so hard for the Constitution and the laws that create these institutions to be able to advance civic, political, and economic freedoms, which was a key promise of our Constitution. But I also just want to appreciate some of the offices that have really, really stood firm to protect their constitutional mandates and fight for and protect the public finances. This among them is the Office of the Auditor General that is represented here, and of course the of Budget, which have really stood firm and protected their constitutional mandates and keep on telling us, the real picture, what is really happening in this country. I think even as much as we decry our fallen institutions and come up with strategies to see how to ensure that they work for Kenyans, we must also celebrate those that have worked for us. We are dealing with entrenched governance failures that, if remain unaddressed, can continue to undermine progress towards reform and keep Kenyans in a cycle of economic crisis. But there's hope. There's hope because today is a turning point for us. A turning point from the conflicted interests that have driven misgovernance and run this country to the ground. I expect that as Kenyans, as civil society institutions and representatives of many other sectors, because I know there are many sectors that are represented here that will also have an opportunity to be part of this program, we will be able to follow through the recommendations, because the report gives very clear recommendations, and the people responsible, not just government actors, but also non-state actors, and what we can do to reclaim our country and take our money back. I expect that we will all put in efforts, and of course where civil society organizations have a role, we will also play a part in the implementation to be able to track the progress. A year ago, when we learned about the governance diagnostic assessment that was to be done by the IMF at the invitation of the government, one of the risks that we mapped was the risk that the public might not be able to participate, that as stakeholders, we might not be able to participate in the process. And that is why we said that we must tell the story, the real story of citizens, and this is the product that we'll be sharing today. But I also must admit and acknowledge the efforts through the IMF country office that were made to ensure that civil society actors and other stakeholders were effectively involved in the process. We had the opportunity to sit with the diagnostic team from DC. We had the opportunity to share our reports and findings from different governance studies that we have done over the years, and now we are waiting to see the report. Of course, we have the risk that we may not have access to that report, because that report, once published by the IMF, will be handed over to the Kenya government, and it's upon the Kenya government to make it public. And one of the things that we must leave this room today is insist that when that report is shared with the Kenyan government, it must be made public to Kenyans, because Kenya is the patient. We are parts of that patient. We form critical organs of that patient called Kenya. And when you go to hospital, you expect the doctor will give you a full diagnostic report. So that diagnostic report doesn't just belong to the government of Kenya, does not just belong to the executive, it belongs to all of us. So that is one of the things that we must insist, that we see the findings and we see the recommendations so that we're able to push further, because this country is ours and it will take a collective action to take this country where it needs to be so that we can be able to ensure that we deal with all the governance issues. And another thing I must say just as I conclude is that our report, we were very careful that the report by Okoa Uchumi, the audit, the people's audit, is not a shadow audit, it is not a parallel audit. Because when you say something is in the shadow, it means that it is hidden or it is repressed. When you say it is a parallel audit, it means that we are giving choice findings and recommendations for cherry picking. No, the people's audit bears the citizens' voice. So that what we have there as the findings and the recommendations cannot be relegated to the shadows or to a parallel process. And that is why we called it the people's audit, because it is owned and driven by citizens. It tells us true story of Kenya's economic governance from the person that holds the real power in Kenya. That is the citizen of Kenya. With those remarks, I welcome you to this session today, and we look forward to very productive deliberations throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Is this better? Okay, good. I was being guided that we actually can use this. So thank you so much, Sheila. And Sheila has mentioned time and again Okoa Uchumi. So if you're here and you know you are a member of Okoa Uchumi campaign, please just stand up. Or you think you are associated. So coach, if you see your boss stand, just stand. Because they are all there. Let's appreciate these colleagues. Thank you very much for that. And as indicated, we are glad to be part of this process. We've engaged in this, in good, in painful conversations sometimes, and all for a good cause. I want to take this opportunity also to acknowledge all of us. I realize I did not acknowledge everybody who is in the room. I know at the risk of missing out certain people, but we have representation from Parliament, from one of our members who has been very consistent in this discussion, Honorable Makali Mulu, from Kitui Central. We worked with him a lot when he was in the Privatization and Debt Committee. We have representation from the World Bank. Jog is here, and he will be saying something later on. We have representation from the European Commission. We have two colleagues from the European Commission. Thank you very much. From the FCDO, from the British High Commission. Just rise up and there we are. And then, of course, we have Selim, who is from the IMF. He will be saying something, but just do wave. Thank you very much. And FCPA, Nancy Gadongo, the Auditor General. We are used to the Office of the Auditor General, but we will see her later on. She will be coming. But the person who actually is the Auditor General, one of the few people with a constitutional mandate to help serve this country. Thank you very much. And to each of us who is here, we deeply appreciate from different institutions. We have representation from OSF, my friend George. Yeah, he's right here, and I think Brian will be coming much later. We appreciate. At this particular time, we want to go straight into what is this? What is this report? What does it entail? And therefore, I have the pleasure of inviting my very good friend. When she joined this space, I worried how she will survive because she was coming from very human rights, haki yetu kind of world, and this was going to be a very technical space. But I see mentorship of many others has definitely worked, and therefore we deeply appreciate for that opportunity. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Karoli. So Diana Geshengo is the Executive Director of the Institute for Social Accountability, the home for Okoa Uchumi campaign. She has been a great champion. Her strong legislative advocacy skills are evident in the work that she does. She's a lawyer by training, now almost turning an economist by association and hard work. She's been involved in many initiatives that that make Kenya what it is. Those of you who watch the news and a bit of very highly charged public discussions, she's there. And currently also serves in the board of the Africa Forum for Network on Debt and Development. That's AfroDAD that is pushing these discussions. And for me, I know her as a champion. The people of Kenya are at her heart. I think that's something that I really appreciate. And with that, welcome Diana Geshengo to come and present to us the findings and what is contained in this report. Thank you very much.
I'm never sure with arms who is Dr. Rugo, whether he'll give me the mic or not. Good morning, taxpayers. Good morning, taxpayers. Tusalimiane, ambia mtu uko smart. Msiseme ni mimi najiambia, hata nyinyi pia. It's an honor to finally see all of us here gathered for the launch of the People's Audit. And the last 1 week as we were organizing this, because we are the government in waiting, we taxpayers, I have learned protocol, okay? So allow me to deploy protocol. I hope it is correct. I was taught today, but some things had not been factored. So I'll start with Honorable Makali Mulu, the Honorable Member for Kitui Central, a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the immediate former Vice Chair of the Debt and Privatization Committee. For Kenyans in the room, Honorable Makali Mulu was always with us and with the people, even after the Gen Z protest. He showed up in spaces to explain the role of Parliament. Simkaribishe na makofi sana. I have seen Honorable Karoli Omondi. He is the chair of the Constitutional Oversight Committee. Ni anatuchungia Katiba, and you will hear from him as well, a member of Parliament who continues to represent the interest of the people, and when it comes to issues, the economy and debt, he will tell you what he has done to represent the people of Kenya. Makofi kwa Honorable Karoli Omondi. Our chief guest, sijui kama ni protocol, but kama nimekosea munisamehe. The chief guest, my very good friend and my mentor. They schooled with Sheila, but she's my mentor, FCPA Nancy Gazongo, the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya. Munamfeel? Eh? Munamfeel? Yes, I was lucky to be on a headline with her. My father has framed it for posterity. Selim Kakir, the resident representative to the International Monetary Fund here in Kenya, a very brave man, a very, very brave man who shows up in Okoa Uchumi, knowing very well this is the people who have said once, somebody tell the IMF. You will find out if the Selim and the entire IMF has been listening. Karibu sana, Selim. The Kenyan economist and at the World Bank, Jorge, is Jorge. You will forgive 844 for not teaching us international pronunciation. It is Jorge, the representative from the World Bank, here to represent the bank. Welcome the leadership of civil society organizations in Kenya and representing all of Okoa Uchumi. Today I'm supervised by my board member, Florence Mashio, on behalf of the Board of Trustees at the Institute of the Institute for Social Accountability, representatives from the diplomatic community. So far, I know we have the European Union, we do have the British representative, United States, Sweden, among others. Our partners who are in the room, Open Society Foundation, Ford Foundation, Oxfam, NDI, and others. The people of Kenya, the taxpayers, mama mbogas, muko, comrades, student comrades, watu wa mjengo, wakulima, Kenyan taxpayers, welcome. a very, very warm welcome, and allow me to go straight to the highlights of the report. We started developing this report after we learned that the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, had written to the IMF requesting for a governance diagnostic from the IMF on what really ails this country in terms of economic governance. Do we know what ails us? Yeah? And the writing of this report started as one, an act of patriotism, because we know what ails this country. And second, as a continued act of vigilance and resistance. Because if the Prime Cabinet Secretary can request the IMF to diagnose us, surely we must be able to diagnose ourselves. We say we must first invest in primary health care, right? The community health volunteer. So this report is written by the community health volunteers because we know what ails us. We've authored this report for a whole year, January to December. So we have done colonoscopy, X-rays, everything that we could together with the Kenyan people, and we've gotten here to date. Allow me to appreciate, we were supported significantly in developing this report by the African Forum for AFRICOG, for Constitutional AFRICOG and Good Governance. African Center for Open Governance, led by Gladwell Otieno and Mwalimu Mati, and the process has been a very long one. The report that they wrote was further re-authored by the people of Kenya, largely represented by the youth in universities, youth in the digital space, and farmers, and we were told to retain a certain language, and the final editorial was done by Eric Kenaga and Kwamchetsi Makoha. Let me get to the report, and what we are saying is, it is now very clear, everybody pronounces it that Kenya is at the risk of debt distress. Based on that particular statement, we have seen very, very many issues that are going on. We are aware that Kenya, the people who are now supposed to be free from hunger, has reduced. We have more people who face malnutrition, and our partners, Oxfam, last week just informed us that the cost of food has grown since the year 2020 by over 50%. The youth every day, and especially in 2024, have told us the story of how clearly they are skilled, they are educated, but they remain unemployed. And right now, we are relying on a few programs for micro and small enterprises to try and resource them. We have learned that based on where we are, because of suffocating under debt, it is not possible to access credit for an ordinary person. We note that as a result, our education system, we are calling it a stew of confusion. You know the big stew where in big sherehe, you just keep adding mutungi ya maji after mutungi ya maji. That is what has become our education system. We are not sure what is happening. And it is the quality of education that we are getting, from basic education to higher education, the costs that come with it. Last week again, there was an event where there was an argument whether has basic education fee, especially for secondary school, been increased or not. You're never sure where we stand at any given point. capitation, there is a ratio of how money ought to be distributed to schools, but increasingly that has been set aside, and most of the schools receive their capitation long after schools have closed. You therefore wonder how they have been surviving. Families in Kenya, this has gone on, not just currently, but maybe over the last 10, 15 years. Every family is a disease away from poverty. If you're faced with a major accident in this country or a chronic disease, we are not sure how that will go on. When that happens, people who feel some sort of repression, they speak up and they want to raise the issues. But when that happens, Kenyans are met with brute force. People have been killed during protests, and well, they voiced that we do not have a problem of revenue, we have a problem of expenditure. The people who were not utilizing the expenditure properly did not suffer. The people who pay tax were killed, they were subjected to higher taxes and lower service delivery, because the problem of debt in Kenya is one of corruption and bad governance. We have been able to look at our peers, and if you look at the graph that is on your screen right now, in terms of social spending as a share of GDP, when you look at Kenya and compare, we didn't go far. We went to Rwanda, which is at 1.8, and you're aware that Rwanda's education system, health is improving by the day. South Africa is at 3.4%. Ghana, that has gone through the same cycle, if not worse, when it comes to issues of debt, is using significantly much more money when it comes to their social spending. So where exactly are we taking our money? We have questioned ourselves, and these are just the highlight. Where did the rain start beating us? In 2014, the report covers several decades. The problems we have are very cultural, but the areas we are highlighting will be since 2014, because that was the first elected government under the new Constitution of Kenya, 2010. And if you look at 2014, you've been told I was not an economist, but now I understand the budget year. Do you know when the budget year in Kenya starts? It is July to June. If the government was elected in March 2013, then the budget that they passed for 2013-2014 was their first budget under the new Constitution of Kenya. It is the reason why we are focusing on that. Our debt exploded from 2.4 to 12.1 trillion. This is our debt stock, the declared debt stock as of September 2025. This does not include the declared and undeclared contingent liabilities, which in the report is well over 3 trillion. We need to add the pending bills, which are well over 500 billion. That's the size of our debt. So since 2014, the government, there was a shift from concessional loans to very, very expensive commercial loans. This is the era we saw our uptake for Eurobonds. Treasury bills has been increasing during this particular period. Lots of money was borrowed for projects, but we also got into the habit of borrowing for recurrent expenditure. And because initially it was all rosy, 2014, but by the time it was 2017, 2018, our revenue were not matching our liabilities. And therefore, we needed to start introducing very, very many new taxes, not to improve service delivery, but just to ensure that we balance our book and remain liquid. The report finds, and I'm happy members of Parliament are here, that Parliament, which ought to be the one that holds the money on behalf of the Kenyan people, the one that keeps the deficit at a very manageable level. Parliament ought to be able to approve all our debts. Parliament, at any given point and within 7 days, can inquire on anything about the Kenya public debt. But they became, it's not even a rubber stamp, the final point of delivery. At the very end, they abdicated their duty, and part of the call is that Parliament must take back their role as the representative of the people, especially in budget matters. I'd like us to look at why we keep saying that we have a governance problem. And until we address the issues of governance that bedevil this country, it does not matter how many of our assets we liquidate. It does not matter that we are very, very skilled in debt swaps for food security, for climate change. It does not matter that somehow we can wake up and securitize our future revenue. Look at this and the progress that we have been making. In 2014, debt service as a percentage of revenue was 36%. It has grown to 56%. The Auditor General is here. In 2014, we used to implement at least 45% of our audit recommendation. 2024, we've gone down and we are only implementing 18% of the audit recommendation. Special spending as a percentage of the GDP, this is on special projects for social spending, has been on the decline. According to Afrobarometer, the public trust in government in 2014 was 43%. It's currently at 2024, it was at 27%. That's one of the indicators, but if you continue to look at other countries so that you understand what is wrong with us, Indonesia, we all know that. How does government use the bulk of their money other than salaries? They issue contracts for procurement. And procurement takes up 60%, 70% of our development budget every other time. All these other countries have significant data that is even positive on procurement efficiency. We have no clear data. We have no clear data. And we have stopped the e-procurement that was proposed. The report finds that we have the Constitution of Kenya 2010 with amazing chapters, chapter after chapter, that was supposed to ensure that we are never in the mess that we are in. But somehow, the Constitution is at war with impunity. Who is winning? Who is winning between the Constitution and impunity? Increasingly, it is impunity. We have several independent offices and independent commissions, including the Office of the Auditor General, which has a mandate to audit debt. Do we remember a special audit task force being set up? Yeah? That is how impunity manifests. How many court orders remain unimplemented? We note that the provisions of the Constitution feel like they are just being parroted. We know Kasuku, the parrot. When I say Diana, it says Diana. Does it mean Diana? No. So when the Constitution says we the people, the parrot mimics we the people. When the Constitution says that all our resources shall be used first for national interest, that debt shall have intergenerational equity, that any information that Parliament asks for will be granted, that what we do with supplementary budget will be respected, what we hear is just the mimic back. No action whatsoever. And I will not overemphasize the fact that Parliament has really not utilized its power of moderating the executive as it should. Devolution, which was supposed to ensure that we have stronger service delivery at the lowest level, has, one, been starved of resources, but secondly, has the same symptoms, illnesses at the national level of corruption, misuse, misprioritization, and significant borrowing to just remain afloat. We highlight in the report that from the Auditor General, we've been told 1.2 trillion of debt finance. There is 1.2 trillion worth of debt finance projects that have stalled between 2017 and 2013. EACC, way back, told us we lose about 800 billion each year to corruption. All this, including the recent finding by the Auditor General that we lost 300 billion of our treasury bonds. Have we had a special sitting of Parliament to discuss this? The members of Parliament will tell us about that. We are also worried and have always been worried about debt transparency and accumulation of debt, both those that are on book and those that are hidden. Members of Parliament recently have been flagging the securitization of the fuel levy, the Talanta board that was deployed, but Okoa Uchumi has been in court asking for the debt contracts, not just the debt contracts. We started by asking for the SGR contract. We never got it. We asked for all debt contracts, bilateral, multilateral, bonds, and so on, how they have been acquired, interest rates, what are the conditions, how they have been utilized. We are yet to get those contracts to date. And even the Auditor General in their audit, they have missing links. Maybe they have more information than us, but the Auditor General also has significant links, significant things that are missing. We have seen state capture in how procurement is being rolled out. I like to note that the government has been asked to leave Chama and the groups to run the tent industry. It is one of the things that communities in this country have organized for. By the time we are scrambling with government for tents, you can imagine it is unlikely that most of the procurement and tendering in government follows open market forces in any manner or form. When it comes to taxation decision, who is taxed, who gets tax expenditure and tax relief, that is also not transparent. Resource allocation and public appointments are done contrarily to Article 10 and 201 of our Constitution, and therefore we see our governance being run by a private club as opposed to the tenets of the Constitution as we see them. Now, we keep hearing that, oh, there is no money. But when everything is said and done, if you look at the absorption rate of different sectors, there's a story in there. Health sector, 2023-2024, the absorption rate was 61%, education 63%, but infrastructure was 104%. Presidency and interior is not negative, is 118%. They were able to utilize their budget entirely. Meaning first, infrastructure and presidency and interior had their budget disbursed on time. They had enough time to even maybe influence a supplementary budget and have their budget increased and approved. Whereas education, health, there was under absorption. Are we very happy Kenyans? Are those our priorities? No. So you will see the report, and we capture the issues that I have highlighted there, the lived experiences. We speak to the budget discipline. When I say budget discipline, there are a number of things, and I'm sure the Auditor General will highlight them better. The first one that I would like to bring to your attention is supplementary budgets. Supplementary budgets. Supplementary budgets in this country are the best way of showing that we do not matter. Because year in, year out, there must be at least 2 supplementary budgets. After the rigorous process of formulating a budget, there must be 2 supplementary budgets. The first thing supplementary budget does is to guard against the ambition of saying, oh, we will collect this amount of revenue. So we have to regulate it and say, iyo harambe ya Kenya did not reach the target of the revenue that we required. I would like to send this very well to fellow taxpayers. Let me use my favorite people, wamama wa soko, sindio? In January, mutatengeneza budget ya kurudisha watoto shule, sindio? Kuna ile pesa mmesave, mmejitayarisha ya uniform. Ikikosa kutosha, mtatoa wapi? Mutaenda mkope kwa Shylock. Mutaenda mseme mtakopa kwa Shylock 1000 kwa chama. Mko na chama. Tuanze na chama kabla tuende kwa Shylock. Mtakopa kwa chama 10,000. Haya, ukina mama wa soko watakopa 10,000 kutoka kwa chama. Wako na pesa ya uniform, wako na ya shopping, wanategemea watapata basari. Si ndio? Basari itakuwa kama 1000 ngapi? 5,000. Basari itakuwa 5,000. Tunataka tufike 20,000, si ndio? So kwa saa hii mmesema mko na kwa mfuko mko na 10,000. Mmekopa kwa chama 10,000. Basari mtatafuta 1000. Hizi zingine 5 mtatoa wapi? Sasa hiyo ndio mtaendea kwa Shylock. 5,000 mtaendea kwa Shylock. That is what Kenya does every year. By the time we are getting to May, June, that is what we do. Wakisema wako na budget ya 4.2 trillion ni kujipanga hivyo. Kama basari hautapata, what must you do? Si lazima utabadilisha. Si ndio? Shylock akikukataza pesa, unaenda kwa microfinance. Shylock akisema, chama ikisema hujakuwa ukilipa, si lazima ujipange. So that is the first thing that the supplementary budget does. But we have to get there. Yet we know what is realistic and affordable for us as the Kenyan government. Should we go the way of imagining Shylock, bursary, and things that we are not sure of? No. But the second thing is the priorities of the political elite. Budgets are shifted every time. Kama kutakuwa na campaign, there will be shift in budget. The government will finish. This year they passed the budget. By July, they had appointed a panel for compensation of victims. It was stopped by the court. But kama haingesimamishwa, there would have been a supplementary budget to cater for that. If Diana decides, the government loves me and they decide I need to be the UN Secretary General, there will be a supplementary budget to support my campaign to become the UN. That is what supplementary budgets do. Why can we not plan? It's just 1 year, unless we have a COVID or a major disaster. And what the supplementary budgets do, they deviate from our priorities, be it Vision 2030 or any other completely. But let me quickly move to the recommendations in a very, very summarized way. First, we are saying that Parliament must quickly move and amend the Public Finance Management Law, if need be, formulate a new debt legislation that requires parliamentary approval, not just of the budget deficit, but of, and not the medium-term debt strategy. The nitty-gritties of the loans, how much we are borrowing, that is supported by a debate for all borrowing. Supplementary budget should not come to ratify approved expenditures. Then we are also calling on Parliament to move very fast. Start with a motion and ensure that we start securitizing our levies. Levies have been set up because they are a special purpose vehicle. If we deviate from that and must borrow for something else, then surely Parliament must come and take charge of that particular process. We are asking for the publishing of all procurement contracts, beneficial ownership information to end cartel-controlled tenders, and also to ensure that we get the regulations for the Conflict of Interest Act. Is it possible to finally move from being errant spenders to disciplined spenders by ensuring that we respect the thinking that went into the Public Finance Management Act, where we stop diversion of resources for development, all of it to recurrent, ensure that we deal with ghost projects, budgeted and legislated corruption, illegal emergency procurement, and ensure that there is a process of vetting new projects. We are in the austerity era, so we cannot afford to be picking up so many projects without reflecting where we have come from. But you will see a table with who are the actors who need to do this. I'd like to note that a number of independent office holders have sometimes come to us and claimed that, oh, there is interference with the mandate of the office that I hold. But the only way for those office holders to regain their mandate is to allow non-interference with that particular mandate. The minute the Kenyan people and the Kenyan constitution gives you a mandate, there is, I don't know how to state that there is no other safeguard other than the constitution. And where your power is usurped, you need to come back to the people and let us know that the power that we gave you is not working anymore. But we are proposing, because part of how that independence is lost, we feel is in the appointment process. By the time people are appointed to certain offices, they feel like they are cronies of certain people. And because as Okoa Uchumi we still have faith in the Independent Commission, we are saying, can there be a multi-stakeholder appointment panel to help strengthen institutional independence and enforcement? We are calling for the operationalization of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Amendment Act, so that we are able to fast track the recovery and the establishment, the rollout of the Economic Crimes Court, beneficial ownership for transparency. I don't know how to underscore this, and I want to urge the Auditor General, I know she listens to the people, this is an area we need a performance audit on. Beneficial ownership in this country is all child play. For the few times we are able to realize that there is a conflict of interest, we have to do 3 jurisdictions, checking who are the beneficial owners. This means we have to check this company, Okoa Uchumi. In Kenya, it will be registered in the name of Sheila and Dr. Rugo, only for us to get to India, find it is registered in another name, then we go to Kyrgyzstan, and we'll find the true owners. It shouldn't have to be that way. We are speaking about the economy, but the problems come from how we set up our governments, both the national government and the county government. The just concluded elections, we are waiting. We are waiting for full information about the cost of that particular by-election. Mzalendo did release a report, and I am not sure, members of parliament, senators, governors, the money you use in elections, how do you recover it? How do you recover it? Please advise us, because from an economic mind, for an MCA to invest 20 million in a campaign, how will they recover it? How will they recover it? They are supposed to just represent us in the ward, the county, assembly. Even if you do the cumulative budget of all county assemblies or county MCA representative, the 1,350 times 20 million, how many trillions are those? Yet we've only released 400 billion to the counties. So we must get a way of regulating our campaign financing. So far, what it looks like, if as president I used billions of money, then I must make trillions to stay in power and vie for the next election. If a governor used $1 billion plus for elections, then they must make billions to stay in power and vie for the next. Honorable Karoli, how much do MPs use? 100 million. I don't want to say I am poor, that I never quite understand the big figures that are floated, but right there. And the Election Campaign Financing Act was enacted in 2013. But fellow walipa ushuru, a law was passed in 2013, but to date, it has never been used in any elections. Where was it passed? Auditor General, can you find out laws that have been passed and archived for us, and let us know? We are calling for an audit of political party finances, not just the ones that are transferred from the consolidated fund, but others that they fundraise, because political parties are at the heart of implementing the national values and principles. They run and form governments in this country. Then we hope that we can establish an online portal that has all the information so that we give effect to access to information. We are saying, and the IMF and the World Bank are here, we've had programs in this country where we've been running on something called fiscal consolidation and austerity measures. The aim is that we are supposed to raise revenue to be able to manage our budget and pay our debt. But as you will see in the report, what it has resulted in is budget cuts in social protection, in health, in education, the most critical factors. And we are saying this really matters to Kenyans. If there is no way we can access credit to start business, even if we have no skills, Kenya is a developing country. Education is the launchpad for development. If you say intergenerational equity, the only way that we know Kenya will be competitive in the future is the quality of its citizens. So we cannot afford to not ring-fence resources for health, education, agriculture, and social protection. Honorable members of parliament, please note, we are saying health, education, agriculture, social protection, not housing, infrastructure, and other things. Health, education, agriculture, and social protection. Please do, even if you ask for a registration list, the people who are here, who are mobilized from the public, are nurses, clinical workers, community health workers, farmers who are telling their stories, students, and so on. Then we are also calling for protection of vulnerable groups through policy, very, very targeted policy reforms. Based on where we are, we feel it is time that the defense of the Constitution, defense of public finances was taken a notch higher. We never thought when we were when we were drafting the Constitution that there will be a time a very strong parliament will not be able to effectively deliver the needed oversight of the executive, representation of the people in fiscal matters. So we are saying, here it may be called a coalition, but we want it established. Because what happened in 2024 was a mistrust of parliament and the executive. When that happens, who do we go to? Who do we go to? We need to ensure that there is an organ that people can go to, and this is the framing that we have. It is not the first place this has happened. Sri Lanka has established a similar budget observatory that includes private sector, religious leaders, lenders, and so on. And for Sri Lanka, they do not need the IMF or the World Bank. They set conditions for what good governance is. It becomes a space to build trust and get us to the next level. Kenya is supposed to be a leader in open governance, but I can assure you, when it comes to fiscal matters, we are rated well on budget transparency, but we still have significant challenges in accessing all documents that are involved in the budget cycle. To the IMF, we want to say that we hope that the Article 4 consultation will have the people in the design and quoted in the report, not as people who inform quietly or overtly. They are recommendations for what we must do on privatization, on procurement, and on public-private partnership in a very, very open way. In conclusion, we are saying we are where we are because a certain political elite has ruled us, controlled money, power, appointments, and everything for their own gain. Those people, one way or another, have been put in power by the citizen. So moving forward, for us to improve our economy, we are saying when 2027 comes, we must change the character of the leaders we have in power and positions of authority, and we must ultimately improve the quality of the voter to ensure that they are able to give us the leaders who will have enough courage, enough strength to stand up to the Constitution and people of Kenya so that we move from the cliff where we are about to go into debt distress and be able to rise slowly, if not very, very fast, to become the East Africa tiger. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Diana once more. It's the hardest task to try and explain this, knowing very well that not all of us in the room deal with these things every day, but we know they affect us in one way or another. And therefore, thanks a lot, Diana, for making, trying to summarize a year's work, perhaps longer than a year, actually, and in a very concise way. We are now going to get a couple of remarks from a couple of representatives here. And to start us off, I'm going to invite, we call him George. He has allowed us to call him George because the joke part, he's the World Bank country economist in Kenya. And he has been working on matters of macroeconomic analysis, policy design. Previously, he was part of World Bank work in Zambia, country economics team, and has been, before joining World Bank, I was a research fellow at the Growth Lab, part of the Center for International Development at Harvard University. We interacted a lot with Joe when they were launching the public finance review for Kenya, and he tells me now they are doing some more work even at the local level. I'll invite you to make remarks on behalf of the World Bank here in Kenya. Let's welcome Joe.
Thank you, Abraham. Good morning. Distinguished and honorable guests, Auditor General, members of Parliament, colleagues, partners from civil society and development partners, and of course, friends. Again, my name is Jorge Tudela. I'm the World Bank country economist for the World Bank, and I'm here representing our institution, and on behalf of it and myself, it's an honor for us to join you today in this very important event, the launch of the People's Audit Report. I want to begin recognizing the critical role that civil society plays and civil society organizations in strengthening governance, promoting transparency, and basically holding institutions accountable. Now, we are privileged, very privileged to partner with you, with the civil society, to drive economic transformation and especially job creation in Kenya. Your voice, your analysis, your advocacy are central for Kenya's economic development, and today's conversation is just another reminder that sustainable public finances are not just a matter of economies, for example. They're a matter of governance, they're a matter of trust, they're a matter of the social contract. No? Kenya right now, and as we have seen in the presentation before from Diana, Kenya stands at a pivotal moment. In some ways, and we've published, 2 weeks ago, we published our Kenya economic update. In some ways, the country continues to show economic resilience, especially for 2025. Inflation, you've heard, has remained stable within targets. Exports continue to grow. International reserves are at a historic high. However, at the same time, fiscal pressures continue to build. Public debt, now at close to 69% of GDP, remains elevated, as well as service to this debt. The World Bank and the IMF have jointly assessed Kenya as being in high risk of debt distress, which means that, let's say, the country's capacity to service its debt now depends much more on continuous reforms and prudent management. In Kenya's case, improving governance is one of the strongest reforms that the government can implement to overcome high risk of debt distress. Now, let me outline just 3 areas where government reforms can actually make tangible differences, and are the focus of much of our work, and many of them have already been highlighted by Diana. First of all is strengthening the credibility of fiscal policy. One pathway out of debt distress is rebuilding the credibility of fiscal policy, basically ensuring that the budgets are realistic, that spending is efficient, and that revenues in particular are predictable. Now, in recent years, Kenya has faced persistent gaps between targets at the beginning of the fiscal years and outturns at the end of the fiscal year, particularly on revenues. No, this has led, of course, to larger than expected deficits and increase of borrowing needs. The solution, and this was mentioned by Abraham, what we published in our public finance review early this May, the solution is not to tax more. The solution is to be more efficient with taxation. For example, improving taxpayers' compliance and the fairness of the fiscal system, so that the burden doesn't fall disproportionately on the poorest or in a narrow tax base. Second, by strengthening the transparency of tax exemptions, understanding what is working, understanding what is not working, and where exemptions may be eroding the revenue base without delivering value. And third, of course, increasing the budget credibility by anchoring planning in realistic assumptions and strengthening oversight. And here, the role of civil society is vital. It's asking tough questions, tracking deviations from targets, and disseminating data. It helps to ensure that fiscal policy remains grounded in integrity and in accountability. Second area is to improve the efficiency and, of course, the governance of public spending. Debt sustainability is not only about how much the government borrows, but it's also about what it achieves with the money it spends. Kenya's public financial management systems have indeed improved over time. There has been quite some progress in recent years, but of course the gaps remain. For example, procurement processes are still slow and may lack transparency, or projects may face overruns, evidencing the lack of sufficient planning. Strengthening governance spending means enhancing the transparency of public procurement. It means ensuring competitive bidding and reducing opportunities for rent seeking. It also is about prioritizing projects based on clear economic but also social returns. Kenya is already implementing reforms such as the Treasury single account, the e-procurement systems, but both reforms can bring improvement in spending efficiency, which is, again, a very powerful way for fiscal consolidation. And number 3, and very importantly, is reducing the conflict of interests and strengthening the social contract. Tackling conflict of interest and rebuilding the social contract between the citizens and the states is key for debt sustainability too. Public debt sustainability is also about trust, that resources are allocated fairly and that decisions are taken in the public interest. Conflicts of interest can, of course, weaken the effectiveness of public spending and lead to several leakages that ultimately will increase the debt burden and hurt debt sustainability. Now, for example, an investor that comes to invest in Kenya will need to pay a risk premium if these risks are not controlled effectively. So it's addressing these challenges. It's not only a matter, let's say, of compliance, but it's also a matter of restoring trust in public institutions. Kenya, again, has already taken important steps. They have been mentioned before, for example, the introduction of the Conflict of Interest Act. And it's when citizens believe that decisions are made, let's say, fairly, transparently, reforms gain legitimacy, and the social contract also strengthens. This, in turn, creates more stable, more predictable fiscal environment, one that supports lower borrowing, one that supports greater debt sustainability, one that supports sustainable economic growth, and of course, job creation. Across all these areas, and again, governance here is a key pillar for putting this fiscal story and the growth story together. And there is abundant international evidence that shows that countries with stronger institutions manage debt more sustainable, they access better financing terms, and they respond more effectively to economic shocks that are objectives of fiscal policy itself. And again, we want to highlight that debt sustainability and governance, let's say, they are not only a technical matter, there are particular governance matters too. And Kenya's ability to move from high risk of debt distress to a more sustainable debt trajectories depends on reinforcing these governance pillars. And the World Bank continues to support Kenya in strengthening governance through various projects and instruments, but we know that the success and governance reform depends on partnerships. Partnerships between government, partnerships with the private sector, academia, very importantly, civil society. To finalize, let me say, on behalf of the World Bank, we believe that Kenya has immense economic potential. The country has a very dynamic private sector, a young and entrepreneurial population, strong institutions, both private and public, and this overcoming high risk of debt distress will require continued discipline and improved governance, strong transparency, better accountability, and more efficient use of public resources. And it's with this that Kenya, we believe, can reduce vulnerabilities, create more fiscal space for development, and strengthen trust between the government and its citizens. Thank you very much.
Deeply appreciate those reflections, and indeed, I think the message that we'll be hearing this morning is that it's our job to basically be able to build our country, to do our best in every way. Next, I want to bring up the resident representative for the IMF here in Kenya, Mr. Selim Sakir. He's been here in Kenya since July 2023. He came at the heat of things, and has been a chief economist in Turkey and Gulf countries, 2008 to 2016, and then between 1999 and 2003, he represented the government of Turkey in the executive board of the IMF and played an active role in shaping Turkey's economic program. Now, it's important I emphasize just one line before I bring him up, is that Selim worked in the treasury and in Turkey at a time when they were in the same turmoil as we are here in Kenya. and oversaw a lot of that work. Some of the turnaround, some of it succeeded, some of it he will tell us if it worked. But that's not his job today. Today is to say that we've engaged with the IMF. We have agreed and disagreed. And a small fun fact is at the time Selim arrived, we were very angry with the IMF. So had me and others, Diana was the ringleader. She claims I was. We had actually prepared some funeral wreaths to go and deliver at the IMF to say it's over, it's a wrap. Rest in peace, we shall move on with our country. But he's done a lot of work, as we indicated, even to come and engage, and we hope that the engagement continues to bear fruit. And with those few remarks, Salim Sakir Karibu.
Abraham, thank you for the kind introduction. I know it's a two-edged sword, civil society has two faces. Civil society has two faces. One can be very tough, one can be engaging. So we move to the engaging phase, I hope it remains. But really, Honorable Auditor General, honorable members of the Parliament, distinguished representatives of civil society, development partners, and colleagues, good morning. It's a great honor to join you today at the launch of the People's Audit, Reclaiming Kenya's Fiscal Sovereignty. And it's very fitting that we are gathering for this event today. Tomorrow, the world observes International Anti-Corruption Day, a powerful reminder that integrity and transparency are not abstract principles, but the bedrock of inclusive growth and public trust. Now, Kenya's ongoing efforts and the active engagement of civil society reflects this global commitment. Let me start by thanking TISA and the Okoa Uchumi campaign for inviting me and for convening this important dialogue and bringing together such a broad coalition of voices. Platforms like this are vital for strengthening accountability and improving financial integrity. I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous work that went into preparing the People's Audit, which reflects the concerns and aspirations of Kenya's citizens and underscores the importance of public participation and accountability. And now the bar is set very high for other civil society organizations globally. It will be very difficult to replicate what you have done. And I'm sure we will see Kenya's examples in the future, as we heard Sri Lanka today. Now, the report is comprehensive in scope. I had a chance to sneak preview, and shows how poor governance and corruption affect everyday life, from youth unemployment and cost of living pressures to education outcomes, procurement inefficiencies, and service delivery challenges. It also highlights the courage and commitment of citizens who demand a more open, fair, and accountable public finance system. And it's encouraging to see how the report draws attention to the importance of constitutional safeguards, the right to information, and the ethical stewardship of public resources. Now, this takes me to my next point, why governance matters. Good governance is not merely a technical aspiration, it is a macro-critical priority. Weak governance can undermine revenue collection, raise borrowing costs, undermine the delivery of public services, and reduce the impact of public investment. Conversely, improvements in transparency and accountability will reinforce fiscal sustainability, crowd in private investment, and improve service delivery. Now, these outcomes benefit citizens most, as highlighted by Diana very eloquently, and strengthening governance is therefore central to Kenya's long-term growth and stability. And in this regard, the work of civil societies is indispensable. Countries with strong institutions tend to demonstrate more resilient governance systems, better oversight, and more sustainable economic outcomes. Civil society organizations play a vital role in monitoring resource use, amplifying the voice of marginalized groups, and fostering a culture of accountability and transparency. And the People's Audit demonstrates the power of citizen-driven leadership and analysis, not only to highlight challenges, but to propose solutions grounded in local reality. Let me now speak briefly about the IMF governance diagnostic. I was warned not to talk about its findings, so I won't. But Kenya government approached the IMF to conduct this assessment to help identify governance weaknesses and vulnerabilities to corruption. We expect it to be finalized soon and shared with the authorities. It is not yet shared with the government. We will get the government's comments on it, reflect on the report, send it again, and then a decision to publish or not will have to be made by the government at that point. Now, this diagnostic is part of the IMF's 2018 framework for enhanced engagement on governance. It is not an investigation or an audit, nor is it tied strictly to IMF lending conditions. Instead, it's a technical exercise aimed at understanding systemic governance risks across 6 core state functions, which is fiscal governance, central bank operations, financial sector oversight, market regulation, rule of law, and anti-money laundering. The objective is to provide Kenya with a prioritized, sequenced set of recommendations that the authorities may use to design a governance reform agenda supported where needed by IMF capacity development. We encourage publication of all governance diagnostics globally, though, as I mentioned, the decision rests with each government. Many countries have already published their reports, finding that transparency strengthens public trust and helps mobilize reform coalitions. Civil society's engagement in this process has been invaluable. It's highlighted by Sheila before me. Your insights about public finance transparency, procurement, revenue pressures, and the social impacts of fiscal adjustment have helped enrich our assessment. As Kenya navigates a challenging fiscal environment, I believe that platforms like this and partnership between civil society, government, and development partners are indispensable. The IMF remains committed to engaging openly with civil society, listening to your perspectives, and incorporating your insights into our work. And the constructive engagement improves the quality of our analysis and strengthens the legitimacy of reforms. Let me conclude by congratulating TISA and the Okoa Uchumi campaign for producing such a comprehensive diagnostic, which is a powerful example of how civil society can illuminate complex governance issues and help chart a path toward better outcomes. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today and to participate in this important dialogue. I look forward to continued dialogue and collaboration as Kenya advances this governance reform agenda. Thank you for listening.
Much appreciated for those remarks and also the continued invitation for engagement. Engaging, we are ready, and we shall definitely engage where we care about this country. At this particular point, I would like to give one of our members of parliament to make remarks. He has been involved in this space for quite some time, Honorable Makali Mulu. I know we have Karoli who will give a chance at a later point to make some remarks. He was mentioned in many spaces, but we engaged him a lot when he was in the committee on budget, both budget and appropriations committee, but most importantly, the privatization and debt committee, where I like to imagine our work influenced the creation of that committee because it was not in existence before the current House. And therefore, Bwana Makali Mulu, the Member of Parliament for Kitui Central, he will come and make some remarks, after which we will go to our chief guest, FCPA Nancy Gadongo. Please, karibu. Let's appreciate him as he comes up.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ruku. All protocol observed. I want to say I was not prepared to make any remarks. If you look at the program, I was supposed just to receive a report. But now that I've been told to make some remarks, I'll just speak from my mind. My name is Makali Mulu. I do represent the good people of Kitui Central. They have been very good to me and very sympathetic to my cause, that I've represented them now in my third term in Parliament. So when Okoa Uchumi was being started, that is 2018, I was still a member of Parliament. And over time, we have interacted with them to discuss matters public debt, matters economy, and budgeting issues. So most of the things which have been said here are true. And when I got this invitation to come, I said I have to be here just to listen to what the experts are saying, and more so, what Kenyans are saying in relation to public debt. But at the same time, my party leader, who is Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, was also invited to come and receive this important report. Unfortunately, he is not able to make it today. So in addition to my invitation, I was also requested to come and represent him. So I'm here on my own capacity and also here to represent my party leader. So when the report will be presented to him, I will take it on his behalf. And I will make sure I summarize the report for him. And I do believe that he believes what the report is saying. I'm an economist by training, so that's why at times I have a lot of interest in these things. And very quickly, issues of public debt, we've looked at them as Parliament. And I saw from the presentation by my friend Diana, it looks like all Kenyan problems are political. It's politicians who are causing all these problems. I don't want to become defensive, because I think we do accept that we are not up to the expectations of Kenyans. But I just want to pose a few questions to Kenyans who are here. But before I pose the questions, let me just comment a bit on public debt. We've looked at public debt in Kenya and more so issues of transparency. And a few things do crop up. One of them is, what legal framework do we have to manage our public debt? When you look at that legal framework, you realize that actually Kenya is ranked among the countries with a good legal framework to manage public debt. As a parliamentarian, I do also agree that that framework is good. But there are a few gaps which I think if we brief on them, we'll be able to get it right. One of them is currently we approve budget deficit as Parliament. That is a lump sum figure. For example, we can say 5% of the budget. I think we need to do much more as Parliament. There's a time we have proposed as a committee, the committee I used to sit in, that we need to approve budgets or public debt more so at the level of thresholds. And the proposal then was, if the government is borrowing anything more than $1 billion, then that must come to Parliament for approval. So that in addition to approving the block figure, you also approve some specific amount. By doing that, Parliament will be able to look at the reason we are borrowing, and on the basis of that, then we'll be able to say, does it make sense to Kenyans or it doesn't make sense? The other thing which we have agreed to do as Parliament, and we recommended, and I'm sure when the Auditor General comes here, she will be confirming that. We also did recommend that, why don't we go for borrowing for specific projects, so that we unpack the borrowing and say we are borrowing for this specific program or project, and on those bases then you can go to the other level and start coming up with a clear monitoring and evaluation framework to know whether we have achieved or we have not achieved. Those two areas have not been implemented, and that's one of the areas where we are not getting it right as a country. We would want to push for that as a country and as a committee. But one thing has happened that I think it's no longer a secret, because we all know, and we are Kenyans, we all agree that the Parliament has been captured by the executive. I don't think that is a secret in this country. It is no longer a secret, it's open. So in a situation where you have a captured Parliament, most of the things are not done in a normal way. We are in a democracy. Our democracy as a country demands that the majority will have their way, the minority will have their what? Their say. So we say, and since we are the minority, the majority will have their way. And I think that's why Diana at times wants to invite me for these things, because I belong to the minority who have their say. but I always remain very frustrated. At times I go home and I can't sleep because I'm asking, I wish Kenyans could, these parliamentarians could see what I'm seeing. But that is democracy. The second point, which is good, is the way the governance structure of our public debt. I know we all know very well that we have a public debt management office in Treasury, which is a very good office. That office is supposed to be answering all the difficult questions related to borrowing. But we have, I think, a structural challenge. This office is also under the CS Treasury. So the CS Treasury is the one who is supposed to sign for all the borrowing. The office which is supposed to be telling him, no, you don't have to borrow because this is not fireable, is under him. So technically, there's a problem there. So we have proposed at one point, I remember, if you remember the last Parliament, there was a proposal to have an independent debt management office, which is out of Treasury, so that these are technical people, professionals who can look at our data and say, this makes sense, this does not make sense. What makes sense, then they authorize Treasury to borrow. What doesn't make sense, then they block Treasury from borrowing. Currently, is an office which I don't think has tooth to bite. If you want to make that office more independent, then it can help matters borrowing. And that's something we need to work on as Kenyans. I don't know where the pressure will come from, but as I said earlier, we all know what is happening in Parliament. The other matter is the issue of contingency liabilities. You know, every debt has contingency liabilities, and more so debts which are state enterprises, which are borrowed for parastatals. Most parastatals now are not able to pay their debt. We all remember what happened last year, where government took over KQ debt, Kenya Airways debt, and that debt became part of the public debt. So the question is, why would government take over KQ debt when KQ is declaring that they are making profit? These are the issues. And I think really as Kenyans, we really need to discuss these things. The last item, so that I come to the questions I want to pose to all of us, is the public debt. How would we define public debt in Kenya? Do we have the data for public debt? Is it publicized so that everybody knows? You find that there's a lot of secrecy at times. The government would claim that we are publishing all that public debt information, but when you look at the information, you realize that there is much more than what is being provided. And I wish we could start making public debt open so that every Kenyan knows this country has borrowed this, and on the basis of that we need to plan for how to repay that debt. And this is critical for the young people in this country, because our constitution demands there must be intergenerational equity, so that the current generation does not overborrow and then the future generations cannot pay. I think that's an area we are not getting very right as Kenyans. And these are the areas I think we'll be working to improve as a country. So now coming to Parliament, I want to agree that we've not done our work as expected. And I'm sure colleagues who are here, I've seen Honorable Dindi Nyoro has just stepped in, and I see Honorable Karoli here. We agree that colleagues who are here, we do agree that we have much more to do as Parliament to make things better. But now coming to you Kenyans who are here, the mama mbogas who are here, the small traders, vijana wa university wale mko hapa, kuna paswali ningependa kuwauliza. Diana, you talked about campaign financing. And it is true that some MCs are spending about 30 million to campaign for that position. Talk in town, I said that I don't know how true it is, but I said just an immediate by-election costed some stakeholders 600 million. So the question is, where did that 600 million go? Is it not the Bere people walikula hiyo pesa? And that now I'm coming there. It's only 600 million from one of the stakeholders. So the other stakeholders might have spent much more. So the question is, if you went to Beres today, Bere North, and look at the schools in that constituency, and you saw them on telly, it's not a secret. You ask yourself, how many schools would have been made better if that 600 million was invested to develop those schools? But the question, you realize that, oh, that money, Wambere and Walikula. Wabere North voters. So the question is, and I want to challenge you as Kenyans, can we get to a situation where we say, just campaign on your manifesto and leave us and go home without saying queue and we give you money? So the truth of the matter is, if I spend 600 million to look for a seat, anytime I get elected, what is my first assignment? To recover the money you have spent, because at times you might have taken a bank loan, at times you have picked this money from colleagues who have given it to you, and then you become their slave, because they gave you money to campaign, they tell you you must give us all the tenders. So these are the issues. And I think really, this discourse in terms of election campaign financing is a discourse we must take on as Kenyans. I want to plead with you all Kenyans, because now I see my time is running off, and you know, as we are paid to talk, so I can talk for the rest of the day. So what I wanted just to say as I sit is that, colleagues, Kenyans, we need to be open with ourselves. We need to be open with ourselves in that we must make sure that we don't make money the only item which determines who becomes your leader. Because if you do that, then automatically issues of corruption, issues of that, you might have very minimal to do with them. How I wish we become like the other countries, where people can even campaign online, and based on your manifesto, you get your seat. And that is the worry which we are having even for the next election 2027. Because we have the united opposition and we have the government in power. And if we are not very careful, we are likely to forget all the misdeeds of the government in power just by being given money, and you forget that 5 years is such a long time that if you don't get right in governance, you have to regret. I don't like lamentations. I want to say I'm tired of lamentations. It's time we wake up and act. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I knew even if I ambush you, you would definitely have some remarks because given that this is also a space that you are in. I want to acknowledge two very senior people who have joined us and appreciated colleagues. One is Honorable Martha Karua, who just walked in earlier. Let's appreciate her. And my good friend Ndidi Nyoro, MP for Kiharu, is also here. At this particular point, we want to go to the chief guest's speech, as we had indicated. We'll give them a chance to make remarks later on. There's still a discussion that is going to be coming up after this. But allow me at this point to bring in our chief guest for today, our keynote speaker, FCPA Nancy Gathungu, who is the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya. Please, let's invite her. She's passionate, and I hope she passes that passion to all of us. Please, as you come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The citizens of Kenya, honorable members of the National Assembly present, and former members of Parliament, Honorable Senior Counsel Martha Karua, the resident representative for the IMF, Selim, our development partners, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives from the World Bank, the European Union delegation, and other partners and friends of Kenya, the board members of TISA, the executive director of TISA, Diana, who is also a good friend of mine, with your team. There is no competition between Diana and Sheila. They each have their place. Our partners in Citizens Accountability Audits, the civil society organization, members of Okoa Uchumi Coalition, government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to start by thanking the Institute of Social Accountability for inviting me as a keynote speaker during this important occasion, whose theme is Reclaiming Kenya's Fiscal Sovereignty. And I'm honored to join you to discuss the topic, Taking Back Control, Addressing Kenya's Spending Crisis Through Public Accountability. I applaud the Institute of Social Accountability for organizing this important event to launch the People's Audit Report. My hope is that after this engagement, we shall be more enlightened, become more accountable, and positively impact the way public resources are utilized for the good of every citizen. I'm also hopeful that citizens will continue to engage and get involved in discussions, actions, decisions that affect their lives and their livelihoods. So I hope the launch of the report will not end here, but there will be publicizing and sensitization of the public on issues that affect them. The report comes at an opportune time. We just commemorated the 15th anniversary of the Constitution of Kenya on 27th of August 2025. The report is therefore a vital checkpoint in our constitutionalism journey. The report serves as the People's Audit Report, giving substantive meaning to the sovereign power of the people as enshrined in Article 1 of our Constitution. And the launch of this report today is our collective effort to measure the performance of our governance institutions against the high standards set out by our Supreme Law 15 years ago. It also contributes to our quest to strengthen and sustain a fair, just, responsible, accountable, and rights-respecting system of governance that constantly adapts to the ever-changing environment and the new challenges that we continuously encounter. The report also comes in the background of an ongoing governance diagnostic initiative by the IMF, which has been alluded to by the speakers before me, being conducted on the request of our government. As part of the structural benchmarks, the government of Kenya invited the IMF to undertake a governance diagnostic assessment, which was conducted between 16th and 30th of June 2025. I believe the report is not yet out. This mission followed the scoping mission held in March, between March 3rd and 5th of 2025. And the assessment aims at identifying macroeconomically critical governance weaknesses and corruption vulnerabilities, and design an action plan, and I repeat that, design an action plan with specific sequenced recommendations and reform priorities. In addition, the government also invited the IMF team to review the public sector debt statistics for Kenya in July 2025. My office, the Office of the Auditor General, participated in both assessments and reviews. So from the onset, colleagues, transparency, accountability, and good governance are issues that Kenya is now ready to confront publicly and discuss in loud voices with all stakeholders, and most importantly, with the citizens at the front and center of it. And so therefore, the launch of the People's Audit Report today is not merely an administrative exercise. It is the ultimate affirmation of our constitutional contract. When people, sovereign people demand accountability, when they ask, where do our resources go? My office is an independent constitutional office established under Article 229 of the Constitution with the mandate to audit the accounts of any entity funded from public funds. And that scope has been expanded by the High Court that says even private institutions that receive public resources are under my purview. So you can imagine the scope of work that I have to handle. Our principal role is to ensure accountability in the use of public resources in the two levels of government, national and county governments, the three arms of government, the constitutional commissions and independent offices, and as I said, any other entity from the funded from public resources, including the private entities. And further, I am expected to confirm by the very Constitution whether public funds have been spent lawfully and effectively to ascertain whether value for public resources used has been achieved. I believe that is the most critical part of my job, the value for money and the effectiveness in the use of public resources. Our work is critical in enhancing accountability in the public sector with the ultimate aim of transforming the lives of the citizens, and we are guided by the need for accountability by the Kenyan people on how their resources have been utilized and managed by those in authority, those entrusted to manage those resources. And this is aligned with the vision of the office of making a difference in the lives and livelihoods of the Kenyan people, and our mission of providing audit services that impact on effective and sustainable service delivery. Our auditing standards advocate that we engage our stakeholders, recognizing their different roles and taking into consideration their views without compromising on our independence. And this engagement should increase our stakeholders' knowledge and understanding of our roles and responsibilities, ensure better alignment of our audit work and results, and create more awareness and demand on the need for transparency and accountability in the public sector. We hope that the lethargy, the laissez-faire of the people will be affected or at least impacted by this report so that they wake up and they start taking notice and they start asking questions. I believe this forum is anchored on these expectations. Indeed, this forum is also important as globally and quite unfortunately, and this has been said by the speakers before me, citizens are losing trust in public sector institutions. A 2024 International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, of which Kenya is a member, report on navigating global trends indicates that trust in institutions is gradually declining. In 2022, only 50% of the world's population expressed trust in their governments, 41% in government leaders, and 62% in businesses. And this lack of trust correlates with economic downturns. Engaging citizens is critical in ensuring that our audits have impact. According to an Intosai development initiative, Again, INTOSAI is our International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, Global Size Stock-Taking Report for 2023. There is need for Supreme Audit institutions such as the Office of the Auditor General of Kenya to engage citizens and civil society organizations in order to enhance audit impact and strengthen overall public accountability. After all, who gives a scorecard at the end of the year on how the budget has been implemented? It is a person who is directly impacted in their lives or in their livelihoods. So the citizens are the ones to give the scorecard. And further, CSOs were only consulted to a limited degree during audit planning, with citizens being consulted by only 15% of SAIs and civil society groups by only 20% of SAIs in the audit planning phase. The SAI of Kenya, I believe, consults the civil society organizations when we are doing the citizens' accountability audits. The report further indicates that regular involvement of CSOs and citizens in audit follow-up remains low. It further emphasizes that without sufficient outreach to citizens and CSOs, the perceived relevance of the work of Supreme Audit institutions among citizens may be reduced, ultimately limiting the overall impact of public sector audits. Active citizen engagement contributes to diagonal accountability, strengthening oversight by civil society organizations, and ensures that audit findings translate into real and tangible and felt improvements in governance. This People's Audit Report is a case study of how the citizens and the CSOs can assist us in making impact through synthesizing our audit reports. To enhance our engagement with the citizens, in March 2024, the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions signed a declaration on the promotion of citizen participation and civil society engagement in the work of Supreme Audit institutions. And this declaration advocates for promotion of citizen participation and civil society engagements in the audit work of SAIs. So you shall see a marked improvement and engagement in countries all over between the audit offices, the national audit offices, and the CSOs in those countries because of this declaration that we made. In the line with the INTOSAI requirements and in the spirit of Article 1, Article 10, Article 35, and Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya, and to implement meaningful participation of the people, the Office of the Auditor General of Kenya developed a Citizen Accountability Audits Engagement Framework in 2018. And this framework was recently reviewed in July 2025 with assistance from CSOs, including TISA, and development partners' assistance. The framework defines how my office will work with citizens and collaborate with civil societies to ensure good governance and effective utilization of public resources. We believe in the Office of the Auditor General in the power and role of citizens. And since 2019, we have worked with various CSOs, citizens, and development partners to undertake citizen-led audit processes. And this has been a deliberate journey that we embarked on to enhance citizen participation and oversight in public audit processes. And one of these engagements has been with TISA in the simplification of 2 citizen accountability audit reports, one on public participation in county budget-making processes, and one on implementation of the Global Fund program. The simplified reports have been shared with the citizens. Coming back to today's discussions, having gone through the issues raised in the People's Audit Report, I note that the findings of the report are quite aligned with my audit reports. And just to highlight a few of the issues, budget credibility. The People's Audit Report raises the issue of budget credibility. The challenges with budget credibility have led to the government resorting to supplementary budgets and withdrawals under Article 223 of the Constitution. In November 2023, we conducted a special audit on supplementary budget expenditures, including withdrawals under Article 223. The report covered a period of 9 years, financial year 2014-2015, up to 2022-2023. And the findings revealed that there was a gradual increase in funding under Article 223 of the Constitution during the period under review. We can call Article 223 the low-hanging fruit of any entity that wants additional resources and doesn't want to go through the process of explaining and approvals and work plans. So if you look at that report, because it's in the public domain, it revealed that there was a gradual increase from Kenya shillings 1.1 billion requested in the financial year 2014-2015 to Kenya shillings 147.39 billion requested in the financial year 2022-2023. The 1.1 billion was 2014-2015. And this represents a percentage increase of 13,299% over the 9-year review period. And one of the recommendations in my report was that the National Treasury takes into consideration all microeconomic assumptions during budget preparation in order to ensure that accurate budgets are presented to Parliament. We cannot talk about public expenditure without talking about revenue collections. One of the key risks in budget implementation is the revenue shortfalls at both the national and county governments levels. According to the National Treasury Economic and Budgetary Review reports and the Controller of Budget's National Government Budget Implementation Review report for the financial year 24-25, revenue from tax and non-tax revenue fell short of Kenya shillings 67.2 billion, with total collections realized of 2.43 trillion against a target of 2.5 trillion in Supplementary Budget 3. There was a Supplementary Budget 3 in that year. Shortfalls in collection of projected revenues forces last-minute reallocations, disrupt service delivery, leads to accumulation of trade payables and pending bills, and weakens public confidence in fiscal planning. The moment you start engaging in a supplementary estimate, even before the entities have started expenditure in the first quarter, then it means the budget was already based on the wrong footing. One of the issues that we've been raising in our audit reports is the revenue leakages that lead to revenue shortfalls. For instance, for the year 2023-2024, we reported that there were tax revenue arrears of 2.334 trillion, of which 2.065 trillion related to uncollected tax for the financial year 2023-2024 alone. The amount of tax arrears is Kenya shillings 2.065 trillion relating to 23-24 is equivalent to 91.8% of the total Treasury recurrent revenue collections of 2.250 trillion for the same period. So what does that say? That we could have funded the budget almost double the amount if there were no arrears in tax collection. One of the objectives of budget credibility is to ensure reliable and efficient resource flows and transactions leading to actual results and service delivery. However, we note that there has been significant underabsorption, especially with regard to donor-funded projects, and I think Honorable Macau talked about that. For instance, in the financial year 23-24, 14 projects which had total project allocations of Kenya shillings 515.1 billion had not utilized 304.4 billion, or 59.1% of the total allocations. Some of the project's periods were ending, posing risks that the projects would shut down without implementing all the planned activities and therefore not realize the project's objectives or lead to any meaningful beneficial change. This is basically lack of value for money. It is money poured down a hole. In addition, due to poor budget implementation, we have projects that have spent public funds, but there is no use of these assets. In 2023-2024, the national government had 35 stalled or delayed projects worth 38.2 billion, while 7.85 billion had already been paid for these projects. In the same period, county governments had 688 delayed projects worth 23.3 billion and 248 stalled or abandoned projects worth 20.1 billion. Further, counties had 40 projects which had been completed but had not been put to use due to poor planning, lack of equipment, incomplete works, and governance failures. This is a pointer to inefficiencies, financial mismanagement, wastage of public resources, and, again I say, complete lack of value for money. We look at the high debt servicing costs, and I'm just aligning a few of the issues that the People's Audit Report has raised to what I have raised, because I can see a lot of analysis of the issues that I submit to Parliament and to the public. The People's Audit Report highlights an increase in debt servicing costs. Indeed, public debt is one of the great national concerns owing to the significant fiscal and financial risks underlying the management of public debt. We all recognize that debt is not merely about numbers on a spreadsheet, but it is about the quality of life of millions of Kenyans, and as Honorable Makau said, not just the current millions of Kenya, but also the future generations. And it's about the integrity of our democratic institutions. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development held in 2012, a conference held in 2012, observed that irresponsible financing can have harmful consequences for the debtor country, its citizens, its creditors, its neighbors, and its trading partners. These effects can extend well beyond the territory of the sovereign debtor itself, and thus encouraging responsible sovereign borrowing and lending practices is a matter of both national and international concern. And further, the World Bank report on Kenya's public finance review in 2025 notes that interest payments on loans now crowd out spending on many important public services, including social protection for the poorest members of society and flagship government programs like universal health coverage and education, which are inadequately funded. And I think the presentation by Diana indicated that we are not spending much on the social aspects. Although the October 2024 debt sustainability analysis by the IMF indicates that Kenya's public debt is sustainable, public debt distress remains high due to recent setbacks on revenue-based fiscal consolidations, weakened medium-term revenue outlooks, and export underperformance. Domestic borrowing to bridge budget gaps is expected to be costlier. And I pause here to make a correction on a misrepresentation of facts in social media reports concerning a performance audit report issued in September 2024 on cash and domestic debt management. This is on the 300 billion. Based on the scope of audit from July 2018 to January 2023, there was an unreconciled balance of 303 billion of proceeds for the period that had not yet been transferred to the exchequer as required, which was reported as such. My key message on the borrowings of proceeds were the use. They were used to fund repayments of maturing treasury bonds and debts, contrary to fiscal responsibilities principles as guided by the Public Finance Management Act, while the balances were transferred to ministries, departments, and agencies for operational and recurrent expenditures. And this is where Parliament needs to come in and tighten the screws and look at the laws that they have passed and confirm whether those laws are adhered to. One of the areas we are looking at currently during the larger scoped public debt audit is to analyze timing differences, what I can call borrowings from Paul to pay Peter and vice versa, and the shifting of liabilities under the guise that money is fungible. So we shall look at the implications and the impact of this. Our audit reports have revealed that some of the debt-funded projects have been attracting commitment fees for undrawn amounts, leading to wastage of funds and lack of value for money. Between the financial year 2020-2021 and 24-25, the government paid commitment fees, penalties, and other charges totaling 8.739 billion Kenya shillings on undrawn amounts in respect of loans signed between the government of Kenya and foreign lenders. And in addition, in some donor-funded projects which were ending, as I said earlier, funds had not been absorbed, posing risks that the projects would end without implementing all the planned activities, indicating no meaningful development. And here we call on our development partners, as they are signing new agreements with our government, you need to demand accountability for earlier agreements signed and projects implemented, so that you don't consistently put us in a debt cycle or a cycle where we keep taking on new projects while we have not finalized or brought meaningful development or service delivery to the people of Kenya. You, as our stakeholders, are also accountable. With regard to accumulation of pending bills, the pending bills for ministries, departments, and agencies and county governments continue to increase, as audited figures indicate an increase from 141.3 billion in 2019-2020 to 326.9 billion in 23-24, representing a 57% increase in pending bills. A report by the Controller of Budget indicates that the pending bills have further increased by 78% to 701.64 billion in the financial year 24-25, including the state corporations. So it means that even as we have this conversation of pending bills, we are not doing anything to stop incurring more pending bills. We keep talking of how do we pay what was inherited from past administrations, whether at the county level or at the national level. But we are not putting in place mitigation measures to stop incurring further pending bills. To mitigate the challenge, I have been advocating for the move to accrual basis in order to improve transparency, accountability, and disclosure of assets and obligations, and we are currently on course to implementing this through the leadership of the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board and the National Treasury. However, accrual accounting is not the only cure. Ministries, departments, and agencies, state corporations, and county governments must adhere to work plans, to budgets, and procurement plans, posing risks that the projects would end without implementing all the planned activities. That those who provide us with goods and services are paid promptly and their businesses continue to grow. On implementation of audit recommendations, the finding on low implementation of audit recommendations in the People's Audit Report is aligned to follow-up reports conducted by the Office of the Auditor General. I have reported that the mechanisms for follow-up on implementation of audit recommendations is ineffective, and as such, most audit queries recur in subsequent years due to lack of decisive action. I have issued 3 implementation status reports to the National Assembly emanating from the following processes: status of implementation of recommendations of the 24th Public Investments Committee report as adopted by the National Assembly, status of implementation of recommendations of the first report of the National Assembly Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture for non-compliant state corporations, and status of implementation of recommendations of the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee report for financial year 2020-2021. The 3 reports highlight that there is low rate of implementation of audit, and as was indicated by Diana in her presentation, the low rate of implementation of both audit and parliamentary recommendations, with over 70% of the recommendations remaining unimplemented or only partially implemented. The reports have been committed to the National Assembly Committee on Implementation, and we are liaising with Parliament to see the way forward. We currently have 6 ongoing reports on follow-up on implementation of audit recommendations. And the reason we went that way is because even as an office, we require motivation. We want to see action. I do require some motivation. It is quite distressing for me and my staff to report the same thing year in, year out. So I decided to flip the message to these are the recommendations we keep giving on the issues that affect us, or the issues that are leading to audit queries and the lack of development, real meaningful development or service delivery in some areas. So these are going to be the main reports that we shall be pushing, and I hope the civil society organizations will take up these reports and follow up and analyze to advance them to the next level. So I urge government officials and policymakers to prioritize implementing audit recommendations, ensuring that public resources are utilized on improving service delivery to the Kenyan citizens. With regard to corruption and governance, the issue of corruption and governance has been consistently mentioned in the People's Audit Report. In a recent report titled "Stolen Futures: The Impact of Corruption on the Children of Africa" by the African Union, it was noted that corruption reduces the availability of household and public resources to spend on critical services for children. Indeed, corruption affects all facets of our lives. The 2024 Global Corruption Perception Index by Transparency International paints even a more gloomy picture. Corruption is a major threat to climate action. It is hindering progress in reducing emissions and adapting to the unavoidable effects of climate change. It is hindering development. It is hindering service delivery. My office is committed to curb corruption where we can and ensure good governance, accountability, create transparency, and improve the delivery of public services through quality and timely audit reports. Indeed, our annual audit reports focus on strengthening governance in public sector entities. And in addition, we are part of the multi-agency team under the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum, where we collaborate with other oversight and investigative agencies in the fight against corruption. Regionally, the African Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, the English-speaking sub-regional group, we are partnering with the East African Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies to enhance our collaboration in the fight against corruption. We realize that we must work together. And this is in line with the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which emphasizes the importance of coordinated action in countering the crime, and the 2021 UN General Assembly, a special session against corruption, political declaration that emphasized that centrality of collaboration is key. We recently participated in a regional coordinated audit on illicit financial flows with other Supreme Audit institutions under the African Organization of Supreme Audit Institution regional bloc, and the audit report was submitted to Parliament on 30th of September 2024. And in addition, the office is currently conducting a performance audit on anti-money laundering. As I conclude, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate that the People's Audit Report demonstrates that as a people of Kenya, we are ready to ask critical questions, query the use of public resources, and demand better, more transparent, and higher quality service delivery. It provides a structured and credible avenue through which communities can generate information that not only informs, but complements the audit reports issued by my office. It captures in the citizens' voices the challenges facing our country. I hope that all agencies will hear and begin the journey towards utilizing public resources to bring meaningful development and improve service delivery. I therefore call on every Kenyan to play their role and lend their voice as empowered by the Constitution, to demand transparent and accountability in the use of public resources. I once again thank the Institute of Social Accountability and the entire team involved in organizing this audit, People's Audit, and the launch, and for giving me the opportunity to share my views on these matters of great importance. May the launch of the People's Audit Report remind us that where the people hold the government accountable through vigilance and participation, there is true democracy and lasting public trust. I thank you for this opportunity.
Let's appreciate her one more time, the FCPA, Nancy Gadungu, Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. May I have your seats? My time up here is definitely coming to an end, and I want to pass it to Amina. But before I do that, what are you hearing? Just turn to your neighbor and tell him one thing you're hearing. We've been talking. What's the one thing you're hearing?
What are you guys hearing on this end? So you tell each other.
Turn to your neighbor, tell them one thing you are hearing.
Huyo anasema
tuko pabaya.
Oh, hiyo ndo umesikia? Na hapa mambo, wewe umesikia nini? Deni? Ni one tukisonga. Na wewe?
Weak governance, poor services.
Weak governance, poor services. Let me see. One more.
One more there.
We are in a debt, and we need to wake up as a nation, as citizens, and come up with a way.
I said one word.
Is that typical Kenya?
I think that's a good time from the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya. She deals with these things every day. She sees it. But there's one word I have heard her say. She needs motivation. I almost wanted to stand up and say, me too. And I'm sure many of you would say that we need motivation. But the motivation may not come from out there. It's going to come from us. It has to come from us. Because all the countries we celebrate, we've had quite a number of speeches around the time talking about the countries we want to be like. but they are busy building their own countries. The Singaporeans are busy building their country. The Germans, love them, hate them. The Americans, love them, hate them. America first. They are building their own place. So can we also be Kenya first? That's my hope and so we want to go to the launch of the report, and then there will be more conversations coming. And with this, I want to invite Amina. Please take it up from here. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to more conversations. Over to you, Amina.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a morning of, because I am not our keynote speaker, surely. Now you want to remove the podium. But it was a morning of clarity. Please let's appreciate my co-host who handled the deliberations during the morning. Tafadhali sana mpigeni makofi. Dr. Rugo, Executive Director at Budget. Now, there's still a lot more. And as we are saying, I'm hearing people talking about debt. But there was something that two of you said, I don't know if you noticed. You also acknowledged that as Kenyans, we have to also participate. And it can't just be online, on hashtags. Social media is very powerful, but we also have to follow it up with so many other things. Active participation. When you see things online, when you see things on TV, you have to be a part of it. We are always waiting for someone else to do things for us. We're hoping maybe Boniface Mwangi will go that weekend. Me, this one, I want to go for blankets and wine. But it is our responsibility, and we have to treat it as such. Now, we've heard not just fiscal language, but the human weight of it all. Mashule hazina vitu, hospitali hazina vitu. By a show of hands, how many of you avoid going to the hospital because you know how expensive things are going to be? Do you guys do that? Do you avoid going to the hospital? Do you postpone it? How many of you know someone, by a show of hands, who has been looking for a job for the longest time? Just 5 of you, really, the rest are lying. How many of you are struggling to make ends meet even though you are here at the gorgeous Radisson Blue? Maisha ni ngumu, na tumesema punda amefanya nini? Punda amechoka. Amechoka sana. Watu wanateseka huko nje. Now, the People's Audit is not just a finger-pointing instrument. It is not. It is a record of what happens when governance stops being a service and becomes a burden. It becomes a burden. Now, to the heart of why we are gathered here today, for years, debt was negotiated quietly, but then it was paid by you and I, ordinary citizens. For years, numbers were buried, accountability folded into files that were titled confidential. You know, sometimes we used to get things even in the newspaper and then they say, confidential documents. What is that confidential document? For years, debt was signed off on behalf of citizens who did not hold any pen. And in just a moment, we're going to be launching the People's Audit Report. But before we do, ladies and gents, let me direct your eyeballs to the screens.
The last time this went off the dock was in 2006. This was a pictures from that day. But the road to justice has since been freed with one injunction after another.
Kenyans were also shocked to learn of an aggregator who allegedly supplied air and got 60 million shares.
The company only had 4 employees and 100,000 shillings worth of capital shares. It was not qualified to conduct business with the state.
Welcome all to Kapchuni Girls High School, Kabarnet. Allow us to give you a tour of our magnificent school, where we are strictly keen on climate change mitigation.
Initiative which brings together several rights groups points out that the economy is in a dire situation and calls for a disclosure of all loans, especially with regard to amount and creditors. They're also calling for a ban on supplementary budgets and the scrapping of NGC.
The report shows how massive corruption affects ordinary Kenyans. It points at Kenya's unemployment problem, highlights the problem that bedevil education as well as the health sector.
About 30% of our population, they are unemployed. There's no way we as a county to.
As a Kenyan lawyer looking at our very beautiful constitution under Article 95, Parliament is bestowed upon the ultimate authority over public expenditure. But in reality, the authority has been surrendered to the executive. A study conducted in 2024 revealed that 71% of all budget amendments in the 2023-2024 cycle originated from the National Treasury, and only 15% originated from independent legislative analysis. Some supplementary budgets have even been approved within a week of them being submitted to the Parliament. Parliamentary oversight has become a transactional space where votes are exchanged for political favors. The moral cost is devastating.
Mimi kama mwanabodaboda katika mwaka wa 2023 serikali ilikuja ikachoma story ya kuondoa subsidy ya mafuta na vitu essential kwa maisha yetu, wakisema ni njia ya kulipa deni na kuset budget inayofaa common mwananchi. Lakini kwa grao vitu ni tofauti. Vitu essential kwa maisha ya mwanahasla zilikuja zikashoot. Ghafla bin vu, maisha ikabadilika. Fare imepanda. Kila kitu zimepanda kwa maisha ya common mwananchi. Nauliza kama mwalipa ushuru, tuko na haki?
As a student, every person has a right to education. Every child has a right to free, basic and compulsory education. Yet, our Kenya's history of education have been of free form without transformation. 83 out of the sampled schools, 14 ghost schools received 16.6 billion Kenyan shillings funds in capitation. 6 schools that had closed down received 889 million Kenyan shillings, yet capitation amounting to 903 million Kenyan shillings for secondary school, junior schools, and primary schools had not been disbursed for the year 2024.
Sisi kama watu wa mjengo, si ndo kasana. Gava inaendelea kukopa, yet imepanda. Unaenda kwa bank, wadosi wanakosa loans, projects zinasimama. In real sense, si ndo tunavutwa kazi wa kwanza. Unakaa home, wiki mzima hujapata gig. Ukipata kazi, unalipa bado. Gava ilisema unemployment rate 13%. Lakini kwa ground, vijana wanasafa kila mahali.
As a Kenyan journalist, I stand here today as a witness to a truth we can no longer overlook. Human rights violations in Kenya has been overlooked. In the 2024 protests, as we can remember, the Kenya National Commission recorded that over 200 civilians were killed, 2,000 were arrested, and dozens just disappeared. The story does not stop there. The Missing Voices Coalition recorded that 169 of those killings were police-related, 104 extrajudicial killings, and 55 enforced disappearance. This is not to be taken lightly. These are echoes of lives that were cut short. They are not just numbers. Families that never stopped looking for their loved ones. This is the cost of silence.
Mimi kama mwanabiashara, maisha imekuwa ngumu. Statistics inaonyesha tuko over 20 million Kenyans. Kwa watu wa 10, 4 peke yake ndio wanaweza jimudu kimaisha. Ndio wanaweza kula chakula 3 kwa siku. Wengi wao wanakula chakula 1 kwa siku. Imagine 6 people out of 10 hawawezi kula chakula 3 kwa siku. It's so devastating. Mimi nauliza serikali, why tax us is like Singapore and give us services that are not even in Ugandan level?
Now, I want to talk for the office worker. A majority of us in this room are office workers. And we are the ones who are facing the brunt of the taxation in this government. On top of the normal taxes that we pay in pay and other taxes, a levy called housing levy was added recently. And this levy was meant to build 250,000 units of housing every year. But what we are seeing on the ground is not even 2,000 units per year. Where is this extra money going? This money is going into pockets of people that we don't know of. The government uses these taxes and levies to even borrow more, to expand the tax burden to the common mwananchi. It's a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. A case of robbing Nyoro to pay Diana.
Okay, as a Kenyan doctor, we all know what happened in the Cuban Doctors Program created a lot of debate in Kenya. The government hired doctors and paid them more than twice that they paid the Kenyan doctor. At this particular time, you are supposed to know the government has spent a lot of money training their own doctors. So, I as a doctor, I feel like my own government doesn't treasure me. The same year, 10 billion Kenyan shillings was looted from the NHIF from fraudulent activities. So, as a Kenyan, just imagine 10 billion Kenyan shillings has been poured to Kenyatta National, the NH. How will that look like? So, as I am finishing, I want to ask each and every student that is seated here. As JF Kennedy said, don't ask what your country can do for you. Rather, ask yourself what you can do for your country. Thank you.
This report was never meant to be public.
It is ours. The people's audit.
This report was never meant to be public. It is ours, the people's audit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a document or report, it is a record of a people who have refused to remain silent. Today, the truth becomes public. We officially launched the People's Audit, so I'd love for you to count with me from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. We were not coordinated. No, guys, I feel like you guys don't love your country enough. We're going to have to start the countdown one more time. From 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
right, the report is officially live. The People's Audit. As you see it, each one of you will be leaving with a copy today, from hustle to hardship, bad governance, theft, corruption, state capture, conflict of interest, exposing the cost of Kenya's economic betrayal. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. You may exit the stage. We've heard from a doctor, Mama Mboga, Mtua Mjengo, Mtua Nduthi. Who else was there? There were quite a number, pretty much all Kenyans. There was a journalist, how can I forget? There was a student. Nani I feel represented? Was there someone here who does not feel represented? Nani? Wewe? Which field, industry or sector? Wani makanga. Sasa makanga tulikuwa tumweka. Nani mwingine ni makanga peke yake, si ndio? Yeah? The farmer. Hey, the cornerstone of our country. How did we forget about you? But all this to just say that we're all in this together. We're in this too? Together, guys. Now, it has been launched as a newspaper because it needs to reach every single Kenya from every corner in this country. Written in the people's language, to be available everywhere, rolled out for free to all major towns and cities in Kenya. We're going to try as much as we can to get it far and wide. Now, public finance is not the language of technocrats alone. All of us should be able to understand this language. The makanga, the farmer, the doctor, the teacher, the student. You know, 2025 turned so many of us into activists. We became freedom fighters for the first time in our lives, in our adulthood. But it just showed the passion and the love that we have for this country that we call home. We don't have any other country. We have nowhere else to go. Do we have anywhere else to go? If things go left, we don't know where we will go. So we will have to stick here, stay here, fight for our country, fight for good governance. People have been where we have been, and they've made it through the mud. Accountability cannot belong to institutions alone. It must belong to all of us, all right? Now, I hope you've downloaded it. It's here on the QR code. Like I said, everyone will leave with a copy, but either way, we want you to share it, download it, debate, talk about it as Christmas is coming. You just tell people, "Ebu kaa chini, umesikia the People's Audit," and just try and explain to people in your mother tongue. When you go to Shags, people also need to know what we have been doing here in Nairobi. Now, we're going to proceed to the official handover of the People's Audit to key governance and civic actors. And I will be calling the following institutions. Before I do that, I would kindly want to know who will be presenting this. Very kindly. All right, so now the very first. All right, now we have, of course, all protocols have to be observed, and I will invite back my boss of the day to come and handle this specific segment as we appreciate the keynote speaker today. You'll come on the stage.
Thank you, Amina. It's not a launch because there's nothing to celebrate. We can only say we are telling government, tunajua, sindio? And so we'll hand over the report first to our keynote speaker, the Auditor General, a true shuja, a true patriot. So that this goes into her office. I know you have colleagues. The office of the auditor, kila mtu ende na gazeti yake. It's the gazette of the people for a reason. I have noticed those who got the report earlier, and like other reports, there's a way we carry the glossy report differently from a gazette. Okay? And those who published, this report was 1 or 2 pages on glossy paper. It is a 32 newspaper, so I am sure we will read. Thank you very much, Auditor General. And when you have no motivation, let this be your motivation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nikuwa nimekatazwa, but I am Diana. Ni shujaa auditor we, ni shujaa auditor wetu. Ni shujaa auditor we, ni shujaa auditor general. Ndio maana tunasema aendele kuchokora, si ndio? Narudi atuambie. Thank you very much. I want to invite the leadership of Okoa. At this point, I will invite Janet to hand over this to Parliament. For the next set of people, as you're invited, ukipewa, hasa utuambie utafanya nini na hii audit yetu. Tafadhali, just tell us what you will do. You have the members of Parliament here present. Niko na gazeti mingi. Gazeti ni mingi by the way, kila mtu. Na hata huku, the people, they come together, all of them. Members of Parliament, Honorable Makali Mulu, Honorable Dindi Nyoro, Honorable Karoli Omondi. Unajua uzuri leo niko na presidential candidate, MCA candidates. Where the people are, everybody comes.
Okay, so we thank you everyone and to our members of Parliament. We hope that this report reaches the right people, the legislators, the people of Kenya have spoken through this report. Thank you very much and tunashukuru. Oh, what you're going to do with it? Okay, each one of us. Okay, Karagaita on the other side, and then as we hear what the members of Parliament will do with the report. Thank you.
I do want to give a commitment that, first of all, I will read as a member of Parliament. I'll also pass it to the Chair, Public Debt and Privatization Committee, and I'll also ask him, if possible, to have this report debated in the chamber.
Allow me kindly, because of time, to say what I'm going to do with it when I'm giving my remarks shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll do likewise so that we save on time.
Hi everyone. On behalf of the citizens of Kenya, I confirm that Mzalendo Track will not only track what these respective members, whether they commit and table this to the floor of the House, but we shall also track the contributions of the House in terms of the report and in terms of public debt in general. So we'll keep keeping an eye on the Kenyan Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, representatives of the people. kupokea gazeti. At this point, we want to hand over to the IMF. To the IMF, na IMF tutatuma Washington DC. Nini, mtanipeleka, tutapeleka huko DHL. Selim, welcome, receive the report. This will be handed over by Dennis of the National Democratic Institute. At least you have headquarters in DC as well. So we are sure kuna mtu tutauliza pande hiyo. If you could please hand him. To the IMF, we have just a small threat that make sure your report is published and captures the true and lived realities of the people. Just make sure the people of Kenya, their voices are represented. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I now want to invite the World Bank. The World Bank are the ones who are currently have given us a loan with the Nyota program. Ebupigeni makofi sana. Makofi sana. Tuko na kadeni fulani ya my youth. And because of the connection, by the way, nilikuwa nifungue kanisa. Because of the connection that the World Bank has across all the generation, okay? I will invite Kawive of Inuka Nisisi na atakuwa pamoja with one of our Gen Zs. There is a Gen Z who helps us to really, yako ni uko mbali. Gen Z, Cuba. Gen Z, this is a Gen Z who is our lead economist in Okoa, Uchumi, alongside Sharon of the Social Justice Centers. To the World Bank. And the World Bank, thank you for the performance, public finance review that was done. Sharon ako uko nyuma? Ameshtuka hata.
Where is the Gen Z? Is the Gen Z
they are
in the
coming
room with us?
Wait, Cuba is 23.
Oh, he's 23?
He is 23. Do not joke.
Okay.
And he's our lead economist. We are ready. Together with Sharon of the Social Justice Centers. So to the World Bank, you have received the People's Audit. We look forward to seeing it in the Outlook, next year's Outlook report, in all the programming, and the people around you will tell you the truth about Nyota. Will tell you the truth about Nyota. I'm not. On behalf of the presidential candidates who have announced that they are vying, I want to invite one, the Makueni Civil Society Cluster on stage, as well as a representative of the farmers. Who is representing? Betty, is that you? To hand over to Karibu Sana. This will be handed over to Honorable Mother Karua, and give her many copies so that as the united opposition meets, they have the People's
Audit
as the united opposition and all other. Oh, and Wiper, but Wiper is coming. We've been to
Wiper. You have your moment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Wiper. Any presidential aspirant? Oh. And a standing one. Okay, any standing president. Hiya. Any standing president in the room? Yes. Okay, nani ameinua mkono? Standing presidents? Mike Oboro, come. You're clerk of Bunge Mashinani. Karibu sana. Honorable Didi Nyoro has told me power is taken like this. Now you know. Now you know. When the headlines are done, it will be very clear that you are a standing president. Hiya, Karel, on behalf of the university student. Karel works with
President of
Kenya School of Law.
School of Law, okay. They were
Standing
moved.
president with the People's Audit. Lest you forget, we shall remind you. Please read the report, okay?
Thank you so much. One more time for Honorable Martha Karua. Come on. Noted for her long-standing commitment to constitutionalism and public accountability. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. She will be speaking later on. Now, do we have representatives from all these other organizations present so that we may continue presenting them? Digital accountability activists. Do we have a representative? No, we do not. NCCK. No one from the churches of Kenya? KCCB? Any representative? Okay. Kenya Bankers Association? We need the bankers. The bankers are important. All right, there we go. Diana? You will.
Wait. Thank you very much. Kenya Bankers Association, they have released a report that even them, they are worried that the Kenya government is borrowing from them too much. Wafanyi biashara who are in the room, investors in the room, and wafanyi biashara, we have the traders who are members of the coalition. This is the chairperson of Modhurwa Market. Handing over the report to the Kenya Bankers Association. Thank you very much. Do they speak now or later? If you can tell us what you will do with the report.
Yeah, thank you. As a banking sector, we are also a key stakeholder in this economy, and it's in our own interest to ensure that at least we minimize the reduction that has been highlighted in this report, so that we are efficient in utilization of all our resources that we contribute as taxpayers. As earlier pointed out, the KBA is a significant taxpayer in this country, so we do believe that we have a big stake, just like any other citizen in this country. So rest assured that we'll also be invested in ensuring that some of the key highlights indicated in these reports are implemented, and of course make sure that the government is held to account for utilization of all our resources. Thank you.
Umesikia, bankers are taxpayers, si ndio? And I have advised, ukikutana na mtu ambaye ako kwa serikali, do not disrespect them. Please, just greet them. How are you, the tax user? I am the taxpayer. How do you do? Okay? Thank you very much. KEPSA? Okay, is ISPAC in the room? And Law Society, they are supposed to really help us with keeping the books clean, as well as LSK. I think we will do this after the speeches. Thank you. Editors Guild, journalist. Yes. Unaona tunajua kupublish gazeti, by the way. Mmetuona. Welcome, Editors Guild. At this point, I invite journalists, simukuje tu, ata you be on this side of the camera. Na uzuri ninawajua sababu huwa mnaniuliza maswali ngumu. Hata mkiinama chini, hata mkiinama, ndio hao. Makofi ya journalist wetu wa Citizen. We have all the journalists who are here, please. Amina, at this point is where you receive your report. This must be on the trend. This must be on the trend. Wanahabari, wanahabari. Leta gazeti. And if you know how to distribute newspapers, please let us know. We have printed very many copies. Unaona? Gazeti iko wanahabari. I hope the photographers are still taking the people who take us photos. There are some to take photos. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Linda Batch, CEO Kenya Editors Guild. I'm here representing Kenya Editors Guild President, Madam Zubeida Kananu. So I'm glad to be part of this process. As you know, journalists inform and educate. So you can have a very good report, but if there's no means of it reaching the public, then it's a waste of time. So with this constituency here, we affirm that this information is going to reach the public. Thank you very much.
All right. So as we get the program going, later on we're going to witness a beautiful performance from a legendary, iconic artist from Kenya, someone who I admire and respect so much. I've seen him walk around back in the room, and now I can't see him. He was at the end of the room. He'll be coming on stage. I remember when he was singing about nchi ya kitu kidogo, we couldn't really speak about politics. We were not as democratic. But Eric Wainaina will also be performing later, so please do stand by for that. Now, as we continue, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the stage right now representatives from the National Assembly, the custodians of legislative oversight and fiscal accountability. So tafadhali sana mpigeni makofi as he comes to the stage, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much. All the guests who are here today, all protocols observed, and all Kenyans, good morning. I hope it's still not, it's afternoon already. Good afternoon. I'll be very brief. We can speak with this because of the sound of those who are taking. Thank you very much. I want to be very brief and to the point. First of all is to appreciate all those who are here. Honorable Mother Karua representing all of us as politicians because she is the senior most in this hall. Diana, all the other development partners who are here, World Bank, IMF, all the Kenyan organizations, and Kenyans again. Good afternoon. I have sat here and listened to those who have spoken before me, and I share most of the sentiments that they brought forth. And for a start, I always do this because it is important. Being a member of parliament, remember we have the role we play in the National Assembly, but there is what we do also in our constituencies. And I always like starting with the fact that in our small taxonomies, like Kiharu, I am very pleased, I'm actually going there today afternoon, that majority, actually all our public primary schools, we have given dignity. Tupige makofi tena, nimeona Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka. Kumbe Diana wewe ni moto namna hiyo. Thank you very much, yes. Thank you very much. Karibu sana, His Excellency. So I was just saying that it is important in my opening remarks that I say that I'm very proud of the work you are doing in Kiharu, and I'm actually going there this afternoon. All our public primary schools are well done. All the pupils in Kiharu, they actually go to classrooms which are all tiled, all of them, representing all the other amenities. We also run a program called Kiharu Masomo Bora, where we have subsidized school fees for day school learners. And in Kiharu, all the 12,500 learners in day secondary schools, they only pay 1,000 shillings per term. And they eat in school from Monday to Saturday. And actually, the last Friday of the month, for lunch, they eat chapati to make education exciting. Real chapatis, I mean. Now, today is, in my opinion, one of the most consequential days in Kenya, because one of the existential threats that Kenya faces is actually debt more than anything else. And I was with Diana a while ago. I was requesting her that we need to have a debt conference in Kenya. And I am glad that she was already ahead of us, and she has planned this day, because this agenda we are discussing today, ladies and gentlemen, is more important than most of the other things we can even talk about out there as politicians. Why? Kenya is currently indebted to a tune of over 12.5 trillion Kenya shillings. Mwai Kibaki got our national debt when it was 600 billion. Then, by the time he left, it was around 1.7, 1.8 trillion. So in 10 years, he borrowed a net of 1.2 trillion Kenya shillings with all that he did. President Uhuru Kenyatta took the debt from that debt of 1.7, 1.8 trillion to around 8.7 trillion Kenya shillings. And this is important for sequence. The current administration took the debt when it was around 8.7 trillion Kenya shillings. Currently, it is over 12.5 trillion Kenya shillings in 3 years. We are therefore borrowing 1.25 trillion Kenya shillings every single year. And every single day, on average, Kenya is borrowing around 3.5 billion Kenya shillings every day, including today in Ajihesab. Every hour we are talking over 145 million Kenya shillings. So we've been here for around 4 hours. So you know what that has meant to our public debt. Now, the bigger problem I have, and I am glad the IMF representatives and the World Bank are here, that now Kenya is still borrowing very heavily on the normal book, which is now 12.5 trillion Kenya shillings. But it is unprecedented that Kenya is now opening more debt books. We have the official books that we report, but Kenya has now come up with other methods of borrowing, ostensibly wanting not to include that in the part of the national debt. And they are using jargons, big names so that by the time Kenyans are asking what it means, the loan is already taken. One, that issue is called securitization. I have been studying and saying that securitization is a crime because we are borrowing money off the book. The money we borrow is actually not passed in the budget. The person who is budgeting is actually the Minister for Transport. We have borrowed 175 billion Kenya shillings already. What we have done is to mortgage fuel levy that Kenya was to collect in the next 7 years. So the government is just saying, we are not anticipating any Kenya after 7 years. That is why we are taking all the revenue for the next 7 years today. The second thing, which is an illegal board, is called Talanta Board. Talanta Board, Kenya borrowed 44.5 billion Kenya shillings earlier in the year. The interest rate for that board, which is also an illegal loan, is 100 billion Kenya shillings. Interest rate alone, we are going to pay for the next 15 years. So when you corroborate and put together all that borrowing, then we are following the script of Senegal, the script of Zambia, and the script of other countries that have borrowed of the book, which we are doing our best in terms of parliament, but as Honorable Makari Muru stated here, and all Kenyans are arrived to that. The kind of things we are talking about in this kind of a forum, as a member of parliament, is very solitary, because currently it's only a few of us who can actually talk about these things. Now, the third thing, and I stated I'll be very brief. Now, to want now to do things, to want to be seen to do things, now we are in a spree of selling government assets. And I have to say, myself, I am actually a proponent of privatization because I don't believe in the government holding so much commercial interests. But this is the rider. As we privatize and as we sell government assets, the underlining factor and the bold word we have to have in our mind is something called valuation. Valuation is what is important. Why? When you go to a country like Zambia, during their privatization in the 1990s, privatization created Bajois of Zambia. In fact, it's not a coincidence that the current president of Zambia and the predecessor were part of the privatization then. One as a lawyer, one as a TA, transaction advisor. I don't think that is a coincidence. When you go to a country like Russia, when you talk about Russian oligarchs, majority of them were created out of privatization. Why? You simply give government assets for a song. And I want to state here, without blinking of an eye, I have been in the capital market since I was in first year in campus. Maneno ya shares nimefanya from first year in campus. And I want Kenyans to know, what I'm talking about Safaricom, I have no vendetta, na sina fitina. The fact of the matter is that the sale of the 15% stake GOK owns in Safaricom, part of the 35 we own as public, the current negotiation is giving Kenya a raw deal. And the consideration is an undervaluation. And I heard the minister, my brother Buddy, talking about market prices. And I was wondering, my friend, you're talking about market prices in terms of shares. Shares go down today and tomorrow. So what is the real value when the share goes up or down? That is why every investor looks at the intrinsic value of the company. And if you look at all the other investors in the world, including Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett, when they are investing in a company, they are never guided by market prices. And this is the reason, good Kenyans. Take a company like Kenya Power, which I know in and out. Kenya Power, the shares were trading at 1.8 shillings last year. So the valuation of Kenya Power was 4 billion. So the guys in the National Treasury are telling us that since it's about market prices, they would have sold Kenya Power for 5 billion. The current valuation of Kenya Power as we talk is 23 billion. So you are coming to tell us, since you are getting through market prices, that you can sell Kenya Power, an asset with 500 billion assets, based on market price, then you sell it at 23 billion. Is that what you are telling us, the National Treasury? A bank like KCB, where the government has a 19% stake, it's currently trading at 0.6 to book value. So if you are talking about market prices, so you are telling us you can sell KCB at half its shareholders' funds because of market prices. I am just trying to say the parameter of selling a block sale in shares is not measured by how much the share is in the market. And we have to also say this. Kenya Power was trading at 45 shillings in 2021. That was before, sorry, Safaricom. Safaricom was trading at 45 shillings per share in 2021. They have since invested in Ethiopia. Listen to me, Kenyans, because this debate we are having is worth more than 100 billion more to Kenya. Safaricom was trading at 45 shillings per share in 2021. Now, by then, it was valued at 1.8 trillion Kenya shillings. They have now already invested in Ethiopia, and the market in Ethiopia is already responding. So you are telling us you can buy a plot at 450,000, plot without anything in it, you build a flat in it, you start collecting rent, then after 4 years, you sell the plot and the flat together for 340,000. Is that possible, dear Kenyans? So I'm requesting the National Treasury and the government, if there is no self-interest in the sale of Safaricom, make the process open. If there is no incompetence in the sale of the 15% GOK stake in Safaricom PLC, make the process competitive. Open the process for other bidders to bid for those shares. Let the current buyer bid, let another telco bid, give Kenyans a chance to bid. Give Kenyan funds a chance to bid, because we are going to realize better value for that stake when we open it up for all Kenyans and every other buyer to bid and buy. And as I say this, I am challenging again my brother, Honorable Bandi. I have information more than the one I can talk to you now here. If they are confident, you know, I am seeing them talking about market prices. Market prices, market prices. Now, you as government, you already come in public earlier this year. As the National Treasury, if you look at some of the interviews the CS for the National Treasury has done on TV, he has been on TV saying, we are very desperate. We need to raise money. You've already sent a signal to any buyer that you are desperate. Then you go to a negotiating table, you've already blooded yourself here, desperate, and then you go to a negotiation, and in that negotiation, and I want to make it very clear, there were people who purported to represent the government of Kenya in the sale of Safaricom PLC. People who are not government employees participated in the negotiations of the sale of the 15% stake. And the same people, there are things they do with the buyers. So Kenyans are getting a raw deal for personal reasons. And I want to make it clear, this cannot be allowed to happen. Because we can get much more. There are lawyers in this hall. In a negotiation or in a transaction, there is something called conditions precedent. If, you know, the reason why I am pitying my brother, the CS of National Treasury, is that he's just a spokesman for this deal. He was actually not in the negotiations. And if you want to challenge me, I am ready, because I know. Wacha nimaliza na kitu ya mwisho. Wacha nimaliza na kitu ya mwisho. As we do the kind of things we are doing, it is important to know that there is something we are calling infrastructure fund. infrastructure fund is two things. Forget about all the other things. I think now as Kenyans, we are used to grandiose marketing of projects. But we know the real utility when it happens. Forget about how it is being marketed. Infrastructure fund is two things. Privatizing government assets. Number two, more borrowing. Just watch the steps, not the lips, of the people promoting it. The other thing they want to do through infrastructure fund is to remove development from the budget. We want to run two budgets in Kenya. One, they are running away from the responsibility of recurrent expenditure, which is social investment. And then we want to create another budget on the side for development expenditure. That is why ordinarily, when you privatize a government asset, it goes into the budget. Because the government does more than building roads. It pays teachers, it builds schools, and the other social investments. Now, the government wants to run away from the social investments, create an infrastructure fund to privatize more, but after privatizing, to use that money to borrow more. So the plans of the National Treasury, they've already securitized fuel levy, which is collecting fuel levy in advance. 175 billion taken, in the process of another 175 billion. Second thing is sports fund, already securitized 44.5 billion Kenya shillings loan, which you are paying 100 billion Kenya shillings in interest rate alone. They're in the process, listen to this, of securitizing your housing levy. And me, I don't talk things just for the sake of talking. They are now in the process of collecting your housing levy now, to use it now. You give political clubs now, but the burden is in the future. So my question has been, including in this Safaricom sale, and sorry I've talked very fast to cover a lot. You are going to the negotiations, take dividends in advance, give a 15 billion discount on the dividend alone, and I'm asking, kwani Kenya inaenda wapi? You are collecting money for next year and the other year today. Kenya inaenda wapi? Very lastly, there is the principals in Kenya for day secondary schools. Already wametumiwa circular. The government want to increase day secondary school fees from January. I can tell you as a member of parliament, we are not going to allow that to happen. They have already cut capitation by 9,370. Na ya mwisho, confirmation of JSS interns is an issue that we must not continue talking about in meetings. The National Treasury must liaise with TSC today and issue a confirmation notice to all the JSS interns into permanent and pensionable terms. Asanteni sana.
So at the risk of saying a lot and not cutting you, kindly, it's not being disrespectful. Really, these conversations can go on, but we have quite a line that we will past our break time in respect of the speakers. So I want to just give a guidance. So next on stage, we have 4 speakers that are left. And I'm going to ask them to simply say what they need to say in a very few minutes, 3 to 5. So next we are going to have Honorable Karoli Omondi, who is the MP for Suba South. When he finishes, we have 2 senior Kenyans and very respected Kenyans. I'll give them a chance to have a final one. We'll have Brian Kagoro, who represents OSF, and he had prepared quite well to say a few remarks. And then after that, I will then come to Honorable Martha Karua and finish with Honorable Musioka. These indulgences for the time, kindly keep it to 3 minutes. Kindly. Karoli, let's appreciate that, Karoli.
Thank you very much, but 3 minutes will be difficult after the mood my friend Honorable has set in the house. Your Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, welcome. Honorable Martha Karua, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I stand to speak not as a member of Parliament for Suba South, but as the chair of Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee of the National Assembly. I think the rubric of discussion we have had today is by one word accountability. So maybe you'd like to hear from me what as CIOC we are doing to enhance accountability. It's quite unfortunate that the Auditor General left, but I want to congratulate her and assure of our support as a committee, because we think together with the Controller of Budget, we have two fine ladies doing very good work for the Republic of Kenya. As a committee, we've noted about 4 issues that really affect the accountability institutions. Those are the Chapter 15 institutions. We have 10 constitutional commissions and 2 independent offices. One is limited funding for constitutional offices and independent offices, these constitutional commissions. The lack of funding is actually affecting the ability to get sufficient and quality staff, but also limiting their activities. Article 249, sub-article 3 of our Constitution says that Parliament shall allocate adequate resources to these offices and that their budgets shall be separate votes. What we have realized in the budget making process, these constitutional committees, constitutional institutions and the independent offices are lumped under sector working groups, which have ceilings and which in the long run affects the monetary allocations to these constitutional commissions. So to give them adequate funding and to make them independent, we have recommended and we have tabled a report. I've tabled 4 reports in 4 months since I became chair before the House. One of the recommendations is that in the budget making process, we take out the accountability institutions from sector working groups so that their budget lines are independent and that they are not starved of money. That is one that we have recommended. The second thing we have noticed is weak implementation of their recommendations, like the Auditor General said. Last week, I did present another report, which is now going to be tied to the implementation committee, about how to actualize the recommendations of accountability institutions that they make to the House, so that their implementations, their recommendations, observations can be turned into actions that improve accountability in our country. We have also noted that there's a lot of interference in the constitution of these commissions, in the way the members are being appointed. I did participate in the original recruitment for the 10 constitutional commissions over 10 years ago. But today, what we have noticed is a lot of recycling of politicians into these commissions. And I think there's a problem there. So we are trying to change the law to make sure if I lose my seat, my first port of call is not a constitutional commission, so that we keep the rigorous recruitment process and independence of the members who go there. Because you see clearly there are cases of trade-offs where a politician is put into a commission as a trade-off that his supporters may vote for somebody. I mean, you saw that recently, even in the by-election that we have, if you are keen. So we are trying to deal with that issue. The final difficulty we have seen is executive overreach into the operations of these commissions. A good example was the thing that was created for compensation of victims of post-election violence, which the court declared constitutional. That is the work of an existing constitutional commission, and that work should be left there. There have also been some proposals we have done to the PFM Act, which are supposed to enhance equity and accountability. There's already on the floor of the House a proposed amendment to the Public Finance Act that will create a sub-article. You remember when the budget is being prepared, especially on the side of expenditure, members of parliament don't have a summary of where the expenditures are going. So you have to keep looking for addendums, annexures, and the rest of them. We are now proposing that in the PFM Act, the Treasury, as well as the Parliamentary Budget Office, will review annual estimates to ensure that their form and content contain a sector-wide informative summary of the development projects proposed per sub-county in terms of the administrative units. So that if the Ministry of Roads come to Parliament and say we have budgeted 200 billion for new roadworks, they will break it down to the sub-counties. So you can clearly see how it has been divided across the entire Republic. Whether it is Ministry of Water, whether it is Ministry of Energy, In other words, if you see the development mosaic of Kenya, there's been over-concentration in certain areas to the detriment of other areas. This is supposed to deal with equity. And the other proposal, which is the final one before I talk about something else, to the PFM Act, is where we are proposing that for shareable revenue that will be going to counties, we want it to be modeled on something most of the civil society don't like, but which is the only fund which is working in this republic, which is called the NGCDF. We want to be modeled on something very simple. 30% of the shareable revenue to counties will be ring-fenced for recurrent expenditure. The other balance of 70 will be distributed to counties based on specific project lines with codes, so that there'll never be any pending bills when the money goes to the counties. They'll not present a budget for health, but when they receive the money, they take the funding to funerals and hiring cheering crowds, as they do. So we will ring-fence development expenditure on the shareable revenue of county governments. Those are the kind of accountability measures we are trying to institute as a committee. But finally, let me also say one or two things about the Safaricom issue and give some historical perspectives that many people may not know. I want to start with just comparing the government proposal of divestiture from Safaricom and that of Kenya Pipeline. And because IMF and the World Bank are here, that's why I've chosen to speak about it, so that they may interrogate these things further, because they have a hand in this. The KPC divestiture program is on the basis of an initial public offering. The Safaricom one is on the basis of enhanced strategic sale. These two models of sale are supposed to deal with different requirements. The Kenya Pipeline should, in my view, have been sold on the basis of strategic sale, so as to get a strategic investor with the wherewithal, financial wherewithal, and technical know-how to create new business streams for Kenya Pipeline. To, in other words, reticulate gas. For example, put a pipeline for gas from Mombasa to Nairobi to the rest of the country and reticulate gas into buildings. That requires a lot of investments, that you need an expert to do that, somebody in that sector. Why am I raising this? Because I will explain to you why the option that has been chosen presents opportunity for state capture. Kenya Pipeline, we should have extended the pipeline into Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda. We've lost that opportunity. We only have Southern Sudan and Ethiopia. The Nairobi Stock Exchange cannot marshal enough resources to give to Kenya Pipeline to reticulate gas, to do a gas pipeline, to go into other lines of business, and to extend to Southern Sudan and Ethiopia. So there's a problem by that choice. And IMF and World Bank, I request you hear us. On the Safaricom issue, we already have a strategic partner, which is Vodafone. So why, in a country where only 1% of the population have access to 78% of our financial resources, why would we concentrate more of that resource into Vodafone hands instead of democratizing ownership of Safaricom through the Nairobi Stock Exchange to most people, so that Kenyans can deal with that inequality? Now, this is because of the original sin of Safaricom. When Vodafone first came into this country, there was no bidding to start up Safaricom, like Airtel did. You remember we had a bid for Airtel? Who ever had Vodafone bidding? There was a sweetheart deal between the elites of the time and Vodafone that created Safaricom. And what happened there? 10% of the shares of Safaricom were reserved to a company called Mobitelea. 10% was reserved, not 5. There were 10. Was reserved for a private company called Mobitelea, which was never declared here. But because of the requirements of London Stock Exchange, Vodafone declared Safaricom, their shareholding in Safaricom was actually less by 10%. In England, that's how we got to know there was a company called Mobitelea. Because when these sweet deals are transacted, there are two things that politicians scheme. One, is called finder's fee. So the people who do these transactions enter into a deal with the investors, and because you brought the deal on the table, you ask for a certain amount, and you are paid. Basically, it is a bribe. They call it give it a good name, finder's fee. But then there's something also they call free carry, which is the shareholding. So you are given shares which you don't pay for. So the fundamental question that we need to ask today is what happened to the Mobitelea shares? And the World Bank and IMF, as because you are working on this transaction with the government, you should ask these questions. It is no secret that a company called Mobitelea, which was a front for Kenyan politicians of the time, owned 10% of Safaricom. Vodafone declared it in London Stock Exchange. It is a fact. So we should also ask ourselves, the current transaction, is there another element of Mobitelea? Come on, let's be factual. Why is it being hidden? Treasury mandarins did not know about this transaction until a few days ago. They did not know. It was structured elsewhere and presented to them. So we need to ask ourselves, why is Vodacom always interested in opaque, non-transparent transactions? Have you ever heard of Safaricom bidding for frequencies in this republic? They have never. Airtel bidded for their frequencies. What happens in Kenya, the telecom frequencies which are state-owned and which are supposed to be auctioned by the National Treasury to raise governing revenues for government are given to individuals who then sell them over to Safaricom. So you can, because of your political connections, you can go and get a frequency for 20 million and sell to Safaricom for 2 billion. But if you floated that particular frequency in open market, the Treasury would get 10 billion, 15 billion. So we need to ask ourselves these questions on this transaction and just be forthright with Kenyans and not be politicians who beat about the bush. There is something wrong with this transaction in Safaricom. Thank you.
I was warming up to go for lunch as a peaceful Kenyan. Now I'm worried the food might not get to my stomach. Good. Brian. Brian Kagoro is a Zimbabwean, but more importantly, a very strong Pan-Africanist who has been engaging in many matters. I have listened to him, and every time I listen to him, I want to stand up on my table and act. I want to invite you. Unfortunately, I have to again cut your presentation, not significantly, but to some portion. Appreciate Brian Kagoro.
I got a warning from a Gen Z at the back. They told me it's 3 minutes or thereabouts. Honorable Mother Karua, I have always known you to be a law-abiding citizen, but the company you are in is this side. Yeah, I will assume they need legal representation. Friends, our countries have become crime scenes, and we are witnesses at the crime scene, and unfortunately, the crime has direct consequences on our well-being, our welfare. I wish that the description of the several conduits through which money is looted from the state that are in the report were describing a utopian country elsewhere far from us, but unfortunately it's describing a reality. But it's a reality that must be appreciated in the context of the unemployment statistics, a reality that must be appreciated in the context of the number of Kenyans who go to bed without a meal every day or having had only one meal. It's a reality that must be appreciated in the context of the number of women who are dying without access to appropriate medical care and the number of poor citizens who are dying without access to medication, or the number of people whose livestock whose life's work is destroyed because annually they are open to the vagaries of very hostile weather, which is impelled by greed at a global level. So this is not like a Liverpool or an Arsenal or Gor Mahia game where you can afford to lose and wait for the next match and excuse the loss on the basis that it was a bad day. This is reality. Let me put it this way, to quote a friend of mine who said to me, Brian, an average African child who is not yet born is already indebted to the tune of 75,000 US dollars because present generations and generations before of politicians were wise enough to take debts in their names in order to either build white elephants or for their primitive accumulation, conspicuous consumption, the things that make them look good, the big cars, the big houses, and etc., all borrowed in the name of children who are not yet born. So the debt of this country must be appreciated as an obligation spread on your heads. At some stage, as we saw in Sri Lanka and we have seen elsewhere, the creditors will come and take ports, take institutions, because they are owed. So this is not a Gor Mahia match. We're not describing a bad game. And Blyden once said, to be a Negro, a black person in America and not live in perpetual outrage might mean that you're abnormal. That once you are appreciated, are conscious of your reality, you cannot afford but to be unhappy. Not only is this stealing from unborn children, if Kenyan democracy were the human heart, this is like drilling a hole at the heart of the democracy. It really doesn't matter who else will come into power. They will have to deal with the hole that you have drilled at the heart of the democracy. There will not be enough in the coffers to pay for roads, to pay for basic amenities. There will not be enough to fix the water problem. There will not be enough to fix the problem in the slums. There will not be enough to fix the problem of unemployment. Why? Because somebody took the drilling machine and kept drilling and drilling and drilling and drilling. So, you know, before there was enough country maybe and enough money for people to steal, and we could talk about how much they were stealing. They were stealing from an abstract thing called a country. But no, they're not stealing from an abstract thing called a country. They're actually stealing from your pensions. I have the privilege of being Zimbabwean with parents who worked so hard. And at the end of their work life, there was no pension left. You know why? Somebody was drilling and drilling and drilling at the very heart of the economy and of democracy. God forbid that Kenya, with all the bright, wonderful, intelligent people, all the committed, ethical leaders that you have, should do what we did. We were very eloquent in describing the problem of graft. We even joined our cousins in South Africa to describe this problem of state capture. We wrote wonderful reports on this problem of democracy capture, of policy capture, institutional capture, administrative capture, bureaucratic capture. And then we even wrote, as you remember, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, those beautiful reports we would write and come and talk to you about. The conflation of the state and the military, the conflation of the bureaucracy and kleptocracy and... The reports are there, but there's not enough country left for people to take. I'm not saying anything about the report. I'm simply saying the report should be like an alarm and don't be like Brian Kagoro. When there's an alarm, a fire alarm in the hotel, don't assume it's just a malfunction. Sometimes it means there's a real fire. So I didn't come here to say to you, well, appreciate something. Second point I wanted to make, Diana, is my heart is very sore, not because of the corruption. I come from a funding agency, so for years I was a recipient of funds, and we used to give civil society funds, and most civil society did not do anything remotely to do with the economy or with finance or anything that pertained to that aspect. They were preoccupied with the business of politics, and it is important, but they were so financially and economically illiterate that the politicians were able to do as they please, because the common person did not get interested until there was electoral theft, which happened before, after every 5 years, and then it became, the country was perpetually in an election mode. I've lived long enough in Kenya, you know. I came here in 2004, and I can tell you the country has been in election mode, and the faces we've seen are not faces of people that are building industries. They're not faces of people that are building employment opportunities or factories. They're not faces of people that are transforming places like Turkana. They're not faces of people that are not. It's politicians. There's nothing wrong with politicians. Politicians will only get away with as much as the citizens do not know. Let me repeat. What we're dealing with is not just a problem of ethics. We're dealing with the problem of power that has never been held to account, or power that has known how to weaponize identity, ethnic or regional identity, religious identity, class. We're dealing with a power or powers that weaponize this. And generations of young people have given their energy to this weaponized identity, beauty pageantry amongst the political elite. And the young people who were young in 2002, the young people who were young in 1994, the young people who were young in 2017, not so young anymore. But guess what? There is one thing that joins them together. They are literate, articulate paupers. Let me repeat. Literate, articulate paupers. They are one event, as Donald Dare, the Kenyan lawyer, says, one event away from disaster. Do you want to know what that disaster is? If today another epidemic or pandemic happens, we're screwed. If today you are kicked out of that job, you have nothing. The most educated, the most capable, their opportunity to produce sustainability and security in their lives is taken. And the cast of the thieves changes. As we say in that Swahili proverbs, the trees have changed, but the monkeys remain the same. And this is why today's launch is particularly important. It's important because this is a launch that recommits to a national consciousness. That national consciousness is simply to say, we have it within our hands to educate ourselves and educate those around us about the theft you can see and the theft that you can't see, about the network that enables this grand theft and corruption. And that network starts right at the top, sometimes of governments, right to the bottom of society. And those who get pittances think they are benefiting. Those who are stopping you as you are coming through JKIA, and they're asking you for little bribes for the little things that you brought your children and your loved ones for Christmas. Those who stop you on the road asking you for chai. There is something that joins them to the rot that you see in the nation. That they are not conscious that the sum total of all our actions is eroding the prospect of stability, of peace. That a country that has potential to become not just Africa's leading economy, but a leading economy in the world, because Kenya has some of the best brains, not just on this continent, in the world. But Kenya has some of the bravest people. Kenya has some of the most resourceful people. Kenya has some of the most wonderful ethical people. But guess what? If you pour a little poison in a whole well or spring of water, it's not the size of the poison that you've poured in, it is the nature of the substance. This report says some people are pouring poison into the water that you should drink, your children should drink. Because from where else do you earn sustenance, social protection, economic well-being? It is from the economy. And if people are stealing the economy, where else do they expect? You don't have a spare economy. At the risk of repeating all the things that you have heard that are in the report, I came just to remind you, the courage to stand up for what you believe is called bravery. But the courage to see and believe in what you can become and fight for the ideal is called imagination. This country requires a combination of bravery or courage and imagination. That's the only way we can save economies from thieves and save the thieves from themselves. Thank you.
How many people here are brave? How many need some imagination to inform their bravery? How many are both? I'm not sure. Good. We are bringing this to a close and really thank you for your patience. Thank you so much, Brian, for those reflections. The good thing is that this is on record, so you can go home, play it again. You know, play it again, listen, play it with your friends, share it with your friends. And at this particular time, it's my pleasure and joy to invite our next speaker, Honorable Martha Karua. We have all interacted with her, but allow me to say something, because Okoa, Uchumi, and Martha Karua are not new. In the run to the 2022 elections, we had the privilege of presenting some of these issues to you, you remember, as a running mate of Azimio campaign and coalition. And today, we have an opportunity again to recommit to do these things. Martha Karua, let's appreciate her.
My twin brother, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, TISA and Okoa, Kenya, who are our hosts, members of parliament, and I see the Honorable Dindi Nyoro and Karori Omondi and Makali Mulu. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ride on the protocols already established. I'm going to be very brief, and I'm going to request that if my twin brother sees me walk off as he talks, it's not in protest, it's because I'm running late. I want to first start by congratulating TISA and Okoa, Kenya. Okoa Uchumi, not Okoa, Kenya, because of the report and of the work over the years, helping us to get a grasp of what goes on, teaching us that talking about the economy is not rocket science. It's the things that are happening to you. Because even inside Parliament, and the members of Parliament know it, when it's the budget, most members will lose interest, go about their business, and believe that only economists can discuss the subject. This is just about how you manage your finances at home, but now they are being managed at a higher level to cover the country. It's the difference between micro and the macro level. So having said that, I've only 3 or 4 points following the presentation. The first one, what I got, each one of us has a role to play. Each one of us must use their agency as a citizen, and if you are standing in a space like Parliament, use also your agency as a member of Parliament. If you are standing in a position of authority, whether in treasury or any other place, use your agency. If you are in civil society, use your agency as well, so that together we can push back. We are under threat. We are struggling to recover our economic sovereignty because we have been captured and the state no longer works for us, it works for a few. Allow me, members of parliament, to agree with what Makali Mulu said, that there is much more you can do. And I'm wondering, and I was whispering to Karuri, what if those who believe in it, you may be less than 10. What if you caucus together so that you aggregate your voices in the House, so that in any debate it's not one single voice, it's 5, it's 6 or 10. You may not win the vote, but you will sensitize the entire country. And when you say it in the House, we hear it more than when you are saying it outside. I want to tell you kindly, thank you for what you are doing, but amplify it by using that chamber and by coming together, even as individuals. We did it in the 90s. We would just be less than 20, but our voices were loud and clear. Please be loud and clear, and you have many ways. When you shout in Parliament, those of us out will use other means to amplify what you are saying. I also got that the truth that the fight about accountability is a fight about justice. Imagine it's about your health, about education, about the environment you work in, and about the things you care most about. It's about the state being able to implement the rights, basic needs that are in Article 43 of the Constitution. About our partners, the IMF and World Bank are banks, just like your banks. It's just that they are world institutions, they are global institutions. They cannot be your masters. You enter into engagement with them. But a thieving government, a thieving regime, will not negotiate seated. They will be kneeling. They will forget Article 43 of the Constitution, and they will accept conditions that go directly against the Constitution. So it's our duty to stand up for ourselves, because this extractive, our extractive regime is negotiating on their knees. But we want also these partners to note, you talk about governance and accountability. Do not push our states to act outside of our Constitution and the law, because that's what those conditions are forcing them to do. Now, I just also want to say this, that the report aptly captures, and this will be the last point, that what I believe in, the Constitution is our operational manual. You want to operate a country or run a country called Kenya, the manual is the Constitution. Same way you get a manual for your new car, new machine. You want our values and principles of governance up there in Article 10, screaming. You want value-based leadership as dictated by the Constitution, you have Chapter 6. You want public finance, it is Chapter 12. It will tell you about prudent and efficient spending of our resources. It will tell you that the first charge on our resources is the critical needs of the people, not the opulence of the leadership. So what is happening today is happening because the state has abandoned the rule of law and constitutionalism. Together, we must defeat this. Having said I'm a standing president, I must say one last thing. This is now the very last. The other one was the last. No, I'm serious. It's the very last. That What we need is a just economy that works for everyone. Taxation that is not extractive, that people can bear. A first charge on our taxes must be the needs of the people. We need efficiency, we need accountability. Manage the money, the public resources, the same way on a good day you manage your resources, because even a thief does not waste what they have stolen. If you steal from a thief, they will be worse than the owner of the money. Nobody will go to buy something at double the price. But it's like we believe it is a crime to be efficient when it comes to public resources. We've got a job to do. I'm here, if you allow me, to do it for you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. And now, without further ado, I also want to invite Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Again, needs no introduction, has been around the block for, I think he's been a member of parliament for as long as some people have been born in this hall of Mwingi. That might be true, actually, yes. I want to ask who they are, but those are the people that we are engaging. So please, I want to welcome you to make your remarks, and then after that, we'll just be going to the final part of this program.
Wow. What a day. I wish this people's audit could be on daily circulation, from hustle to hardship. Now, friends, and ladies and gentlemen, riding again on the protocols already established, my twin sister, you are very free to leave. I think you should have ended by saying, rather than asking them to give you the responsibility, use the plural, give us. Because we are a team. A very good afternoon. I had come late because I'd asked Dr. Makali Mulu, and I'm happy that our speakers have quoted their wonderful remarks. Allow me to place some of these things on record, because I consider this so historic, so important, that indeed it is an occasion for both celebration of a combination, as we heard from Brian, of imagination and bravery. Let me begin by thanking Tisha and the Okoa Uchumi campaign. I don't blame Mother. We were in Okoa, Kenya together. We continue to go Okoa, Kenya, but this time we are changing tact. It is liberation time. It is ukombozi time. We're going beyond Kuokoa to Kukomboa. And all the partners, including our development partners, who have made it today possible. Your presence here speaks to the weight of this moment for our country. I also want to appreciate the speakers who have guided us through the key issues raised in this report. Makali Mulu, again, you're there to receive it on me. I can't wait to get a copy and go through it. Their insights remind us that Kenya stands at a crossroads, and the choices we make now will determine the future we hand over to our children. I also want to say, friends, that today is not just another event on the national calendar. It is a moment of collective reflection on the state of our republic. The People's Audit lays bare a reality Kenyans have been feeling for far too long. Something is deeply wrong with how our public finances are being handled. And with the IMF's governance and corruption diagnostic on the horizon, this report is a timely reminder that we must scrutinize ourselves before others do it for us. I therefore commend TISA, Okoa Uchumi, and all partners behind this effort. You have given the country a factual and varnished picture of what is happening and what must change. This report does not just speak in numbers. It captures the day-to-day struggles of Kenyans whose lives are being shaped and in many cases strained by poor governance. Ladies and gentlemen, our public debt has now surpassed, as we heard from Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, 12 trillion, 12.5 trillion. That figure is not abstract. It affects families, businesses, counties, and the very foundation of our development agenda. But the real issue is not only the size of the debt, it is how we got here. I want to dare suggest we got here through unquestionable and corrupt decisions, through unnecessary and reckless borrowing, through sheer incompetence, inflated or abandoned projects, and through weakening of the very institutions meant to safeguard the public purse. We've heard of the state capture of parliament. I'm personally so happy to see this wonderful, almost like to call you remnant, the remnant of our 13th parliament. Ndindi, is so refreshing to hear you. And Karole Omondi, so refreshing to hear you. Even you have dug deep into the history of Safaricom itself. And Makali Mulu, you see, if you rise to the occasion as my sister has suggested, you will be able to save this nation and make it different. And you know we are there with you. Ndindi Nyoro, I said in Bondo the day before yesterday, I'm just about to speak it out, so at least it okay. So that a country will know. And you're almost there, because the chair of the budget committee, of course I'm not quite sure he's still there, but you've done a good job as member for Kiharu for sure. But now you have to do the extra thing, bring it out, because then that will torpedo you to the next level. We all know where we have come from. And now we are witnessing a dangerous trend. The rushed sale of attempted sale of critical national infrastructure and strategic assets. Here I'm referring to Safaricom, and we have all heard about Safaricom, the JKI, which we were able to stop in court, Kenya Pipeline, among others, done without transparency, without public participation, and without any regard for the Constitution. Let me say this clearly and without hesitation. This is truly unacceptable. It is unconstitutional, and it will not stand. And we will not allow it to stand. So come out. Some of us are as simple as you see us. When we say it, we say it. And let me also be crystal clear. Countries do not prosper by selling their inheritance. They prosper by protecting it. Kenya will not become the Singapore, quote in quote, imagined by the current regime if that entrepreneurship and bottomish continues and is left unchecked. You cannot auction off to yourself what belongs to the people. Singapore was built on order, on discipline, on accountability, and a fierce intolerance for corruption, not the chaos, the carelessness, and the impunity we are witnessing today. I hope that those who are talking about Singapore will have read in some detail the wonderful action, writing by Lee Kuan Yew, the Prime Minister of Singapore, who was there to shape a nation that moved to become what Singapore is today. Ladies and gentlemen, public finance is a public trust, and every leader at the national and county level has a duty to defend that trust. After all, you've all been there swearing that you uphold the Constitution as by law established, and I want to tell you, a lot of you, particularly those who belong to the state capture team, are already in breach. In fact, it is perjury in law. Perjury. swearing to stuff you don't believe in. This culture of budgeting with corruption already baked into the process clearly must end. And now we have heard from Ndindi Nyoro, apart from the budget, they want now to do it outside the budget so they can now compound the stealing, the thieving. And it will end. And those who have turned budgeting into a personal enrichment scheme will be held to account. That I can promise you in the next administration. We must also push back against the shrinking of civic space. A confident government listens to its people. It does not intimidate them. It does not order for the young ones to be shot on the legs. If we are serious about rebuilding trust and restoring fiscal stability, several actions cannot wait. Number one, according to me, a transparent, fair, and people-centered debt restructuring process. Secondly, a parliament empowered to provide genuine oversight because the executive cannot supervise itself. And right now, that is exactly what is happening. William Ruto gets out of the 13th parliament everything he wants without even blinking. Number three, protection of our oversight institutions. The Auditor General and Controller of Budget have said these are two wonderful ladies that have done this country proud. And of course, I want to add their EACC. And this must be ring-fenced and protected from political interference. Number four, deep reforms in procurement and public investment management to end the cycle of inflated contracts, ghost projects, and the sheer waste. And fifthly, a credible, transparent approach to privatization, one that respects public interest, not a hurried disposal of national assets. These steps are not about politics. They're about Kenya's survival. And with regard to the big problem with the Safaricom, you know, there are times that some of us are also now dealing with Safaricom, being used as an institution that was oppressing Kenyans. That apart, because if you hear it from the Americans, they say, yeah, we work with Safaricom to work for regional security. We have the problem in the Horn of Africa, yes, but Safaricom were not supposed to be assisted by those external players only to end up hurting its own citizens. That's a different story. Now, the real story is Safaricom belongs to the people of Kenya. And it cannot just be auction. The share, and Ndindi Nyoro, I know that I think I used to read that you're one of the majority shares at Kenya Power and Lighting. You started this practice in year one at university, so you have a lot of experience. But if the Safaricom share is sold at face value or under value, we all know there's a big cut. What Carolo Mondi even calls free carry, maybe free carry and that kind of thing. Somebody is about to steal big time. We will stop them. And therefore, Wakili Njiru Ndegwa and the team, we have a team assembled of a team of 100 advocates to move to court and to stop this nonsense about selling without public participation this national asset. Dear friends, as we head towards 2027 general election, I reaffirm my commitment to a Kenya where public money is treated with dignity, transparency guides decision-making, corruption is confronted and not defended, and national assets are safeguarded for future generations. Have we not even heard that we're stealing even from the region? Just imagine we're getting gold from Darfur. That is blood money. We bring it here tonight, a JKI is repackaged, given under rules of origin, it becomes Kenyan gold, exported to the United Arab Emirates, and that is used to fund the war effort in Sudan. Today, the world is carrying at the largest humanitarian crisis, where those Sudanese, some of them, if they are lucky to cross into Chad, right? If they are lucky to, and others starving to death, even getting shot, even in the hospitals. What are we doing as a country? We never used to be this way. We were the custodians of regional peace and security. We are never involved over the years that I was the Minister for Foreign Affairs and dealing with bringing peace to the region. The negotiation of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, which gave rise to the world's newest state, the Republic of South Africa. The problems in Somalia. There are times I even said with the late General Audit to make sure that Somalia does not continue becoming a problem. Because as long as Somalia in the region is a sick neighbor, we can never be free as a country. Because we never choose our neighbors. And we had to work hard. But now we are working hard to inflame those situations, to make the region even a lot more unsafe. Even when we removed the D from IGAD, as it then was, Intergovernmental Authority on Drought and Development, dealing only with nziges, locusts and things, we converted it to Intergovernmental Authority on Development. We did a lot to anchor this country to be what it is. And the other day I said, even when the late Kofi Annan came and promoted UNEP to become now the fourth headquarters of the United Nations, and some of our friends, remember the Director General of UNEP that time, Elizabeth Dosdewell, taking over from Mustafa Tolba, who founded UNEP, and there was a conspiracy to remove UNEP from Nairobi. Some of us stood strongly, and together with a group of 77 from plus China, we were able to salvage UNEP. Today, Nairobi is a UN headquarters. Today, even this week, I think there's a huge conference taking place in Nairobi. And when that happens, we receive a lot of foreign exchange, or don't we? And we continue to grow this economy. Therefore, Nairobi is important, and so as members of the UN, and that is what we try to really make this country become a very strategic nation in this region, working for world peace and security. Kenya deserves leadership that is steady, honest, and accountable. Our children deserve a country that cannot be bought or sold. But I think the current leadership, they're in a hurry to sell everything, auction everything. But we hold them accountable. They can't do that and get away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, we can turn this country around, but only if we face the truth and act on it. The People's Audit gives us a clear starting point, and the responsibility now rests with all of us. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya.
I'm going to invite Sheila to also come and pass the report to Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka before he steps down, just as we are done with the rest of those who were here earlier. You can just move slightly there. Let's appreciate him once more. Thank you. As we bring this, Amina, please.
Thank you very much. As we appreciate Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who has for many years served Kenyans, has been a substantive servant for Kenyans. Let's also appreciate all the other honorable members who took time to honor us during this very important public moment. Now, as I welcome to the stage, I think my time now should be done to my co-moderator. Thank you very much for joining us today, truly. And I hope, like we said, you downloaded the report, you have it physically, or you have the hard copy. Please talk about it, share it, make sure as many people hear about it. For those of you who have huge numbers on social media, like others who I have met, please share it with as many people as you can. My name is Amina Abdi Rabam. I will be exiting. However, joining us now and getting on stage is an extremely iconic and legendary artist. There are musicians, my fellow Kenyans, and then there are voices that carry the soul of a nation. Our next guest and artist For decades sang not merely to entertain, but to caution, to awaken and to remind us what Kenya could be if leadership actually served the people. Long before accountability was a trending topic online, when speaking truth to power risked reputation, isolation, and censorship. Yeah. All right. Okay. As he prepares to get on stage, as I was saying, there was a time where you couldn't discuss certain things, not even online, but even when you were just in your home, when you were with your friends, when you were with your family. And he dared to speak up. And the songs were catchy. They were all hits being sung from every corner around this country. So as we get ready to have him on stage, he's preparing. We're going to invite a speaker to come now and give us our vote of thanks. So please help me welcome Kawive Wambua, Executive Director, Inuka, Kenya.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Kawive Wambua, and I want to take this moment to do three things. Number one is to thank all of you, and especially there are some gentlemen and ladies at the back who are outside the room. I would like them to come back in, because after this we're going to get a session for everyone. So I want to thank you all for coming. I want to ride on established protocols, but also say that it is a great privilege that in this, our launch of the People's Audit, we have had the pleasure of getting people who are interested in becoming the leaders of this country present here to listen and to hear what the people of Kenya want. Jipigieni makofi kwa sababu ya kuja. And we are hoping Honorable Kalonzo, Honorable Karua, and members of parliament present here, hamjakuja hapa kufurahi ama kujionyesha. Mmekuja hapa kusikiza na mmesikia, and when you go out there to ask for votes to lead this country, this will be the message. Okoa uchumi ya nini? Ya Kenya. Okoa uchumi ya wapi? So Okoa uchumi, Diana, is no longer an initiative. Okoa uchumi is the movement to the future of Kenya. You cannot lead a country when 3/4 of the people of the nation are starving. They are hungry, they have not eaten. They do not know where to go to get medical help. They do not know whether or not their children are going to go to school. No, you cannot be a leader of such a country. And actually, I pity the people who say they are leaders of people who are hungry, people who have not eaten, children who have not gone to school. We should ask for, in my community, we do cleansing ceremonies. You cleanse them because they have a sin. No, there's no other way of saying it. And this cleansing is about finding the correct path, the path for liberation of this country. For the people who have spoken here, from the World Bank, and you know, the gentleman from the World Bank said very courageous things. And he told me he advises the government. It therefore means that the government has no ears. Because he was really brilliant, right? Even when he spoke. And from the IMF, who are doing a diagnostic, and we have said to the IMF, I know we were polite earlier, but we told them, do not go and create an officialist document. Copy and paste what we have here. And then the last thing that I'm going to say, which is the fourth thing, is that this People's Audit, this document must be the Bible for economic and political rejuvenation of our nation. And all of us must be ready to take that road and go to make Kenya a better country. So at this point, please, on the behalf of the institutions of, that form Okoa Uchumi Coalition, and on the behalf of the civil society sector, which has basically been struggling with how do we hold everyone to account. I want to thank you all and to say this launch is not an event. This launch is the beginning of a conversation. The conversation that has become today a national conversation on getting the soul of our nation back. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. MC, thank you.
Okay. MC is back. MC is back. I was fat. Oh, wait, actually, yes, you should come. You should. I had already said bye. But thank you very much. Let's appreciate it one more time. And we hope you all feel very appreciated and seen. It gives me great, immense pleasure to welcome an artist who I admire, who I respect, whose music is patriotism without performance, courage without applause, and love for his country without any compromise. Please join me in welcoming the iconic Eric Wainaina.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Tisa. Thanks, everyone who's here. I just would like to reiterate, the country that we want is a country where elected officials and civil servants do not own private businesses, cannot profit from private endeavor. Let's agree on a good salary, pays them well, houses them, educates their children all the way to university, gives them a pension. But the moment they walk into their offices, they know that they're working for the Kenya people. If we can't do that, ladies and gentlemen, and that's how we started, but in '74, I think it was, when the Degwa report, the recommendations happened then, we started moving backwards and we haven't looked forward ever since. But we live in a country where we feel like we want our leaders to drive big cars. We feel that somehow, vicariously, we're living through them if they are wealthy. When they should only be driving, I'm even good to say, a Suzuki Alto. Haki ya Mungu. Na mlango najifungulia. Is your arm broken? Servant leadership, ladies and gentlemen. I don't mean yes, servant leadership, ladies and gentlemen. There's a sound of a train in the distance, but it won't go beyond this point. There's a rumbling in the bellies of the young men and women. They've got plans, they've got dreams, they've got visions. They are up to their chins in the status quo. And the status quo, I tell you, man, is smelly. So they tear up the railroad in desperation. And that's all that we're told on the television. It's revolution, lution time. It's a solution, lution time. It's a moving, moving time. Wake up, we're losing, losing time. We want to see the fruits in time. We want to heal the wounds in time. Don't you sleep, it's waking time. It's revolution time. Should we shrug our shoulders in indifference? Should we sit there and suck our teeth? Throw up our hands in surrender and take our position on the fences. We cannot sit down when the ground is shaking, trembling from below, the earth is breaking. It's time to put on our uniforms and sign up for the revolution. It's revolution, lution time. It's a solution, lution time. It's a moving, moving time. Wake up, we're losing time. We want to see the fruits in time. We want to heal the wounds in time. Don't you sleep, it's a waking time. It's revolution time. Thank you. I'm not done. Thank you so much. Take your seats. Okay, let's go. Some of you might know this next song. Please feel free to sing along. Go for it. Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata moja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi ni Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa Gen Z. Hawastushwi na risasi au kufungwa gerezani, nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi ni Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. I never know what to do in this part of the song. We can just sway. Okay, let's sing this last chorus together. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi ni Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. God bless Kenya.
Wapi kelele basi ya Eric Wainaina.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You can have your seat for just a second. Wow, what a good way to end the morning, the afternoon. Daima mimi ni Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. And we continue on. At this particular time, it's our joy for us to invite you to a time to network. We have kept you seated for longer than we had intended, but definitely much appreciated. So all the VIP, our guests, will exit with Diana towards my right, and you'll be guided where to go. For the rest of us, please, let's pick a meal voucher to my left through that door. There's a gentleman there with a white shirt. Please make sure you get a meal voucher for your lunch. Please, as you go for lunch, have a conversation with somebody you do not know, you have not met before. Hello? Let's network, let's connect, let's agree how we are going to do from what we have just heard. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Mbarikiwe.